Greetings, my excellent friends, and welcome to the third session of our Vampire the Masquerade Chronicle City of Dread. With me tonight we have our four vampires. In the top left corner, I'm pointing the wrong way. Yep, cool, great, this way. In the top left corner we have Snipperfin, whose name I don't think anybody pronounces correctly except for himself, as Noulai.
Even I don't do it every time.
There you go, that's the secret. But Noulai is that one's a little easier, but anyway. Our first Malkavian. Next to Snip, our voice in the darkness, we have hypothetical Velociraptor as Flynn, our Bruja, who keeps strange company. In the bottom left, we have Blue Moon Empress as Katia the Gangrel, who also has Pasha the Doggo, who we can't see but is always with us and always wants head pats. And in the bottom right, we have Ruthie on Fire as Joanne, our other Malkavian, child of the prince, and technically under vampire terms a month old, which it's more impressive than it sounds. Now, before we get into the action, allow me to set the scene, as I always do, remind everybody of what you are watching, if you happen to be catching this as a VOD and it's your first time here, or if you're watching this now and you don't know what the hell is going on and you're very confused and you need an adult to hold your hand. This is Vampire the Masquerade, which is a TTRPG set in the World of Darkness universe, a world much like our own, but with certain supernatural horrors lurking out there in the night. Vampires, werewolves, ghosts. We're playing the vampire version of that. Our four players will once again step into the role of a coterie of vampires carving out their place in the night. Vampire the Masquerade is often a story of horror, a story of survival, and a story of politics. Vampires must hide their nature from the general public in order to survive. They must live in cities alongside other vampires, navigating the hidden political mess that is vampire society, where missteps could easily lead to violence and danger. And they must fight, every night, against the monster gripping tightly onto their soul, trying not to give in to the murderous whims of the beast within. Our story takes place in a fictional city, Shadeport, or as it is known colloquially, the City of Dread. The title is somewhere, but I'm bad at pointing. You can see it with your eyes, I'm sure. Wait, no. Shadeport's location is vague. Could be in America, Australia, could be an island somewhere. Who knows? This is an online game with people and players from all over and viewers from all over, so we keep it intentionally vague and simply say that Shadeport is a bustling place full of folks of many cultures and backgrounds. Let me get some music. I occasionally remember to do music. Here's my intro music. "5 years before our story started, the vampires of Shadeport were all killed or driven out in a great purge as vampire hunters converged on the city and wiped it clean. It's not the only place this has happened, but it's rare to be that thorough. Details on how it all managed to happen are quite vague, but rumors mostly suggest that a kindred named Nathaniel was the catalyst for this disaster. Some say he killed the city's prince, plunged it into chaos, declared for the anarchs. Nobody's really fully sure. Thankfully, this event was covered up, and the public were none the wiser. Now, after years of Shadeport living mostly monster-free, the vampires, or kindred as they call themselves, are back, looking to take advantage of all the free real estate. Our coterie works for the Camarilla, which is a secret society or vampire government that aims to keep the kindred populace under tight control in order to prevent attracting too much hunter attention. They enforce a code of conduct called the Masquerade, which basically amounts to: don't let the breathers know that you exist unless you have them under tight control individually. Before the Purge, the Camarilla controlled every piece of kindred business in Shadeport. They controlled every inch of the city, as far as the blood drinkers were concerned. Now, though, they control just a mere handful of neighborhoods. They have a lot of scouting, negotiating, and indeed fighting to do before total control can be regained. Now, the Camarilla might be the largest faction of kindred in Western civilization, but they're by no means the only one. And in a city with minimal Camarilla presence, alternatively minded individuals tend to pop up like weeds. In our first 2 sessions, we told our opening story of how our coterie formed. We have Flynn and Katia, 2 outsiders from clans that are of low standing within the Camarilla. Technically, they're not in the Camarilla as a clan. They can join as individuals, but it's harder and they tend to be looked down upon. So they're wishing to prove themselves to the Camarilla elite, wedge their way in. We have Joanne, turned into a vampire just 1 month ago, as I said, by the leader of the Camarilla in Shadeport, the Prince, Juliet Hammersley. Now, Joanne may have the Prince's affection and sympathy, but they still need to prove themselves, as every vampire does. And lastly, we have Noulai, a fellow with a mysterious entry into the city, having been smuggled overseas in a packing crate with a wooden stake buried in his chest, which, in this world, merely paralyzes a vampire rather than killing them. Nobody's really asked him too much about his past yet, so we don't know what the hell that's all about. For now, these 4 are together, with the shared goal of establishing themselves as valuable Camarilla members and assets. They've been assigned a neighborhood in Shadeport, Crestville, to live in, watch over, have control, and a permanent haven headquarters has been selected for them. It's been purchased by the Prince and her people, and over the next couple weeks it'll be made ready for them to live in. It'll take a lot longer to get it turned into its business that it's supposed to be, a unsuspicious-looking front, I believe, sort of artist's designer commune, place of art and craft and interesting stuff. It's mostly Joanne's business there. So they're waiting for that. And in addition, they've accepted the supervision of Mikhail, the loud, boisterous Russian sheriff of Shadeport's Camarilla, which is to say the Prince's lead enforcer. This session will be a bit looser than normal, where before we were telling a cohesive story over one evening. Tonight we're going to take a more abstract look of those few intervening weeks before our coterie are able to move into their new home. We'll zoom in on some short scenes, get some character development, lay down some building blocks for the story's future. By the end of this session, we should have a good idea as to where the story will move next, and then next time we'll go back into a more traditional narrative with everybody in the same place. So, at the end of last session, you all returned exhausted, many sporting injuries from the confrontation with Melvin, the crazed, degenerating kindred who had been murdering indiscriminately in Crestville. Melvin was apprehended alive, but in torpor, and though Katia really wanted to take his head, I'm pretty sure, Sheriff Mikhail demanded that he be able to take the man in for questioning. There were some reasons as to why we need to question him, but we'll get into those. Nothing further happened that night for the whole party. Everybody needed to rest, especially Noulai, who was very traumatized by those goings-on. I think it's fair to say that for at least the next 24 hours, Noulai won't be doing much, saying much, thinking much.
Something along those lines.
Just curled in a ball in his room. You know, I might... Let me do this. There, now I'm looking at you. Don't mind the magic of my face changing direction. I just think this looks better than me being all, oh yeah guys, yeah, sure. Just as a camera blocking sort of setup. But I do believe, Flynn, that you had plans to visit somebody after what was a very trying couple of days. While you are still bleeding from a gunshot wound and a little bit hungry, though not overpoweringly so. You're not doing super great, but
kind of pissed off too.
Yeah, it's not been fun. Taking a bullet generally isn't fun unless you have supernatural ability to withstand the bullets, in which case some kindred do make a game out of that. You're a Bruja, you know what that sort of stuff is about. You've seen some people who are like, hey, shoot me in the face, shoot me in the face, shoot me in the face! And then that happens and the bullet just sort of bonks off of the skull and they laugh and everybody keeps drinking. Anyway, yeah, it's great. So, do you, bleeding, still plan to visit this friend of yours?
I do, yeah.
Okay.
I'll ride there.
Take your bike. Try not to bleed too much on the floor, which leads an awkward-looking trail from the murder hotel that you had fought Melvin in to the...
I feel like it's the least awkward thing inside that murder hotel.
Oh, absolutely. It's just, you know, I imagine that you have enough control over the blood that you're not going to leave like a blood crumb trail for enterprising fairy tale protagonists to follow you through the woods.
Meddling kids.
Unless you wanted to. But yeah. So, what kind of place does this friend of yours live in?
She would live in a small flat. Pretty unassuming. Should be a block of grey flats. It has it doesn't have a main entrance. It has like you go up the stairs to the different levels. An external entrance there. So I wouldn't have to go through a lobby.
You wouldn't have to bleed all over some carpet and be like, hi, yeah, talk to a receptionist, try to explain what the hell. Good, okay, you can skulk around. You've visited this place often enough before that we don't need to roll or do anything as you find your way to creep around the back stair, so to speak, and knock upon the door. Oh, very good. Nice. I didn't. God, I could have kept my cool there and pretended that I'd just done a sound effect like a professional. Instead, I didn't. So, jigs up. But no, that was good.
If you hadn't said anything.
Yeah, I know. My reaction. Yeah. The response time is fairly quick. Only one person comes to her back door, and it's always exciting when they do. And I regret the phrasing already. This is meant to be a serious moment. I'm sorry. The love of Flynn's life, I do believe, complicated though it is, Agatha, and we will not make references to recent pop culture that Raptor hasn't seen, because that would be rude, but Agatha nonetheless, opens the door with a smile that immediately turns into a look of concern when she sees the bullet wound. And oh my god, honey, what? Wait, that's not as bad for you as it would. What the fuck?
I'm fine. I'm just a little hungry. This is...
Oh,
you come to expect things like this when you're a vampire. No, when you're a kindred.
yeah, right.
Can I come in? Flynn won't step over the threshold. She's standing outside, bleeding on the mat.
How well does Agatha know you? Like, does she think that's a joke?
She'd see it sort of as a bad habit, maybe. Like, she's used to it, but she forgets a lot.
Yes, of course you can come in, dear. Come on. Let's,
Yeah.
Do you need, like, bandages? Do you do that? Or what?
I just a new shirt, maybe, and
okay.
if you were obliging.
You are...
Perhaps.
A human at this point would be bleeding all over the floor, but you do have a control over your blood and how it seeps out and that. So you would be able to, with a bit of effort and some, not be dripping basically, and not messing up her house or anything. So she disappears herself to go and get a shirt, whatever else that you asked. She comes back, hands it to you, just, you can see that there's just sort of a nervous tension there. Not nervous as in worried about you, just the usual excitement that she's had given how she's unhealthily interested in what you are.
It's a bit of an obsession.
Yeah, look, she means well.
She's a groupie.
Yeah. Anyway, you get the you get changed, and at this point you can heal the damage, though it might increase your hunger.
Mm-hmm.
Do you take that risk here, or do you not?
I do not. I would not take that risk here.
Okay, so you're just sort of
It's your
awkwardly holding yourself in. She looks though, and she says, if you can, like, if you need, and she's pointing to her own. Oh, she's pointing at her neck. Really, you guys are quite close. She's saying, any time. Like, I know that I trust you. I know you're not gonna, keep going.
You shouldn't. You don't know what I've done. Oh, you don't know what I've done this week.
Well, you could tell me.
I killed a man. Does her face change at all when I say I killed a man?
She doesn't. I'd imagine that you'd expect her to step back. She doesn't. Her face falls, but it isn't, oh god, that's terrifying. It's, oh sweetie, I'm so sorry this happened to you, sort of thing, which is basically what she says. And
Yeah.
she's like, I'm sure whatever it was, you did what you had to.
I didn't. He was doing his job. He didn't even see me, and I drained him dry. I killed him, and I liked it. This is what being kindred means. This is what it is. Not those fairy tales you have. This is what it is.
She's thinking, and you get that stubborn set in her eyes. She's like, it's complicated, right? Like, you don't choose to do things like that. It's your equivalent of, having having too much stress, having a breakdown. It doesn't happen all the time.
You could.
But it doesn't. Not with you. I know there are some like you that are horrible monsters, but I mean, it's like a gift with some drawbacks.
It's not a gift, it's a curse. And it's... I'm sorry, I shouldn't bring all this home to you.
I always want to hear about your day, whether it's, hi honey, I went to work today, or hi honey, I killed a jerk today. It's fine.
Enough about that. Come into the kitchen. Tell me about your day instead. I'm far more interested in that.
Okay. Well, She tells you. What does she do for a living? This is you. you create Agatha. So what does she do?
Yeah, she works in as a nurse as well.
Right. So she has spent the day helping people out and dealing with crappy doctors who she would very much like to drink the blood of if she had those abilities, and she makes a joke about that, and you don't like it. You don't like how free she is about all of this, and it's like, it's the rose-colored glasses. You bring up the horrors and she just kind of finds a reason to dismiss it, and you've seen it before, and it's not awesome. Yeah, she says she's settling into her new hospital okay. She preferred it back home, and she asks again, she says, is this place home now? Like, should I be settling, or will you walk in one day and say, pack your bags again, we gotta run?
I don't know. I think for now, for the foreseeable future, it has to be our home.
Okay.
I don't tell her about the coterie. But I do say I've found purpose for myself. I found.
Good.
I worry though that in pursuing this purpose that I am losing my humanity. Flynn's going to ask Agatha if there is any sort of volunteer options in relation to the hospital, say night work, because Flynn's a nurse as well.
Of course, I'm sure they're always looking for people. I mean, it's only been a month or two, so I don't know how I can't say that they wouldn't ask about the whole night hours only thing, but like I'm sure they won't care at the same time. We can always get you a place there. Yeah.
Thanks, honey.
There's some casual chat and some less intense stuff, but as she always does, every time you see her, she does wind it around to when you're feeling at ease, and then says, "Look, I know we've talked about this before, but I am ready. Like I really am to be one of you. It'd be a lot easier. Like we wouldn't have to sneak around. I wouldn't be in danger if people found out, and you wouldn't be. We could be.
I'd lose.
What?
I'd lose you.
I'd be right here.
Everything I love about you is here, right in front of me now. I can't take that away from you. I can't take away your humanity, your life, your everything. Even if you want me to.
You are my life. It's... How many times have I moved for you? Uprooted it? Everything?
I won't curse you with what I am.
You just carry too much guilt in there. Alright. She lets it go, as she tends to after enough of a badgering that she realizes it ain't happening today. But,
I have a headache.
Sorry?
No, I was just kidding. I have a headache.
Yeah. It's alright after that. You find some solace and some connection, but you always feel bad about it. Like, you have never had Agatha drink any of your blood. You know that there is no bonded ghoul anything going on, which is part of the danger. You know, she knows exactly what you are, and that is a murderable offense under the Masquerade if you do not bind that mortal to you as a ghoul, much like Juliet's household servants and, you know, all of the mortals you've ever seen that serve vampires. They drink their blood at least once a month, which instills a sense of supernatural loyalty in their brains and is, a whole big question in the field of consent, but nonetheless, under the Masquerade, that is the only way that the Camarilla considers a mortal to be safe. So, just by associating with Agatha, you feel as though eventually, one day, you're gonna get her killed. One way or the other.
Foreshadowing. Does she offer for me to drink from her again?
Oh, she does that like 5 times throughout the night. Do you ever relent?
Probably towards the end of the night I would, just to see like the lesser of the two evils. Maybe this will like pacify her for a bit, if I do.
Well, you haven't done any rouse checks to heal beforehand. Your hunger is very manageable at this point, so we won't roll or make a business out of it, but you do take a bit, and she feels excellent, not only because the process is weirdly pleasurable for a human as well to have your blood drink in this world, but just in general she feels like she is supporting you in the way that she can, and that's that it?
Yeah. She'd probably just she'd make her a cup of tea with lots of sugar in it.
And I imagine there's that you'd probably lose track of time, and eventually the sun would come up and you'd have to stay there.
Yep.
That makes sense for me. And then the next night you'll pick your unlife back up, I suppose.
Mhm.
All right. So that's where we leave Flynn, and I will skip forward a day from there. Say that everybody else, didn't have much energy after all of that. Whether they went out and got some feeding done, nothing particularly interesting happened during those times. Noulai curled up in a ball, and the day passes. Now, Joanne, I imagine that you want to see your sire and your prince at earliest opportunity with a small checklist of things to discuss, yes?
Yes.
Okay.
So I would probably go straight there after everything. Like, Mikhail's got the body, the undead person thing sorted.
That's happening. Yeah, you
So-
saw Mikhail walk away. Well, you walked away from Mikhail, and that's all you know for now. You live, obviously, at Juliet's mansion, and you know the lay of the land. You know when you're likely to find her in her office. So rather than do what one of the others would have to do and flag down a servant, you'd be able to just go there, knock on the door, and take care of it all yourself without... She doesn't care about appointments with you. If she's busy, she'll ask you to wait, but you can walk in if she's not. So...
Cool. So I head straight home. First thing I do is go change. Because murder hotel, I just feel weird.
Okay.
And then go check for her office if she's there.
As you're getting closer, you're a few rooms away. It's not right outside her office, but you hear a quiet voice just sort of off to the side, and you recognize that voice as Jacob's, the seneschal, who is technically... There's an argument as to whether the sheriff or the seneschal is the prince's right hand. It sort of depends. It's different jurisdictions. The sheriff is an enforcer who deals with problems in the city. The seneschal is sort of an administrative assistant who runs all of the businesses and does meetings and all of the boring shit, basically. Which is suitable because Jacob's a boring man. Yes?
I would probably tease him about being a glorified secretary.
Oh yeah, absolutely. You would tease him about anything you could find, I imagine.
Oh yeah, his face annoys me.
But yeah, you're hearing him. He's talking silently, and you can... I mean, you have heightened senses. You can zoom right in on that from around the corner if you want.
Yes, I do want.
Of
I want
course.
to know everything he's up to.
All right.
Scaly bastard.
You're hearing halfway through a sentence, and you're hearing him say in his douchebag voice, No, of course. I guarantee it. She doesn't suspect a thing. Listen. It's in place. Everything will go according to plan. Neither you nor your employer has anything to fear. Right. I will be in touch when I have the information. Click. Do you try and avoid him? Or do you try and confront or walk past or something, be in his way before he goes away and you go away?
No, I would pretend like nothing happened. I didn't even know he was there. Oh. Like, just sort of glance past. If the less he knows I know, the better.
Okay, but he would see you as you go past? You're not gonna actively try and hide?
But I would...
Okay.
No, I would be like, I don't know, maybe looking through my phone or something just to look distracted.
He sort of snorts in your direction. And he does stop you. And he says, Heard you got into a bit of a scrap.
Oh, you did? And which little bird told you that?
The whole flock tells me whatever I want to hear, my dear. I just find
Loud
it
birds like feathers.
curious that she's letting you off the hook so fast. Normally a child is about a year old, 2 years before they're trusted even from their mothers or their sires' apron strings. But you, no. The treasured baby, 1 month in and already in a coterie, all ready to set out in life and take the night by the reins. Well, I suppose she was watching you for quite a while before.
What can I say? Some babies run before they crawl. Unfortunately, it's really sad you weren't one of them.
You know nothing about me, my dear. Did
You say that.
you... Hmm. Did you ever, give any thought to how you came to be here? I mean, as far as I can tell, you, had a minor accident in your home. But there was nobody else there, right? You had no guests over, and then there was Her Majesty the Prince, leaning over you, offering you a way out of the mess you were in. I know that you trust her, but have you ever given any thought as to how she found herself there? How she knew what was happening to you? Even an inkling?
Perhaps that may have been something that occupied my mind, but now, not so much. Rather, what does occupy my mind is why you give a damn.
I care about the members of this court. I am the Seneschal. It is my job.
You mean yourself?
I do also care about myself quite a lot, yes. Well,
That's evident.
have a nice night.
Bye, Jacob.
He trots off, nose in the air, adjusting his glasses that you're pretty sure he doesn't need.
100% sure.
You're not fully sure what the deal is with like does being a vampire fix the vision of someone whose vision was not good before? You just like you've seen the way that he looks around and adjusts them, and it's very performative. You don't buy for a second. Anyway, you continue on your way to Juliet's office. The door is shut. Do you politely knock, or do you barge on in?
I always knock.
Of course. And you hear the voice ring out. Enter. As you walk in, her terse expression sort of lights up as she sees that it's you and not someone she can be less bothered with. She gestures you to take a seat. It's a nice office. It's not her sketching room, which nobody is allowed in. You have maybe seen a glimpse of like the walls just littered with paper of all of her sketches as the door has opened as she has come out of it, and that is an interesting place that is on a different floor. But no, this is just her office where you've been before. It's a nice, cozy, rich and self-important looking place, but you forgive her. But yeah, she smiles and says, I heard you and the others did very well today.
Can y'all hear that banging? I'm sorry, I just
Little
had to, like,
bit.
for a second take us out.
Yes.
Can you hear?
There it is again.
What are you doing?
If you go and investigate, can you take the camera? I'm curious.
I really would love to take the camera, but I'm like, okay, just one moment, please.
Sure. We will.
I'm still not sure whether it would be safe to take the camera for the stream.
To investigate some banging. Yeah, maybe not.
You could just like hear a song and just wander off, like in character.
Juliet's just sitting there like, okay, I guess you didn't want to
Wow.
talk. No.
Wow, so sorry about that.
No worries. Banging is always worth investigating.
I may or may not have talk with my neighbors this evening.
Okay. Try not to break any bones. Anyway, yeah, Juliet's, she's told you to sit down. She says she's heard from Mikhail that you guys did very well tonight, so she's nodding with approval and asking what's on your mind.
Well, I ask her, first of all, I'm very pensive because obviously the events of the evening have got me mulling over a lot of things.
Yeah.
And so I'm a little bit dismissive of her praise. Yeah, sure. I'm glad Mikhail's happy with that. But I have questions.
By all means.
This Nathaniel character, why have I never heard of him before? And why suddenly in one night does it go from never hearing of them to I feel like they're a very important figure in the history of the city and in all my studying and learning, and I've never come across.
Ask 20 kindred in Shadeport about Nathaniel and you will get 20 different answers. Nathaniel is somewhat of a legend, a ghost, perhaps. I have told you before about the purge, about how we were, well, not us, none of us really, but how the kindred here were taken out. Which is why we have moved back in. We don't use technology to document our existences. We can't afford to do that. So when things like this happen, it becomes very hard to figure out the details. We know the names of some of the people who lived here, some who most likely died because we never heard from them again. We know the names of a few kindred who got out and had very confusing, hazy stories to tell. Most of them were not involved with the court at the time. They were, citizens, so they wouldn't know. Nathaniel, no one can agree on who he was. Some say he was the primogen of one of the clans. That's the position in the court of basically just the head Malkavian who isn't the prince, or the head gangrel, or whatever. You know that the court doesn't have any yet. Those are waiting to be filled as the court gets bigger. But back then, when the court was huge, they would have had one for every clan that had presence in the city. Basically just the person who speaks for them and keeps track of them, and, clan chief, but a bit more urban. Anyway, so yeah, so some say he was the primogen of one of the clans, but they don't know which. He could have been a Ventru, Toreador, Malkavian, Nosferatu, Bruja, Gangrel, any of them. They say that he turned upon the court and killed the prince and everybody he could. Some say that was for the Anarchs. Some say that was for pure chaos. Some say he was working with the hunters, that he gave their information to the government agencies, and that's why everything went to hell. We don't know.
So unless you were, well, essentially part of the slaughtered, you don't really know anything about it at all. Do we know if he survived?
We don't know if he was real. That's the problem.
Okay.
It is a common story.
Well, all myths and legends are born of something. And sometimes we need a face or someone to blame for chaos and things we can't explain or understand. I guess Nathaniel fills that role then, whether he's real or not.
Perhaps. Of course.
Well, some people think he's real enough.
Yes.
And that is something very concerning, because I saw a kindred who lost his mind completely out of desperation, desire. I don't know what I saw.
Perhaps he lived too long. Some say that The beast...
Is that a thing?
There are kindred thousands of years old who are more together than you or I. But you feel the beast within you since the day you woke up again. You feel it. I know you feel it. But we each struggle against it day by day, and some say it is inevitable that piece by piece we will lose ourselves and the beast will take over. I imagine this creature that you fought today was a lot closer to beast than to man or kindred.
Absolutely. Looking into his eyes, there was no kindred or humanity left. It was pure animal.
It is possible to bring back a semblance of it. I believe Mikhail is going to speak with him and find those answers. If you would like to speak to him again, find Mikhail. That is his business. But yes, we do not know what the Nathaniel connection here is. It could entirely be localized with that creature, or it could be a wider conspiracy. There could be a kindred pretending to be this Nathaniel, or, open mind, it could be the man himself, angry that his first purge did not work and now rising up to create another one, in which case we have some problems. But we don't know, and we won't jump to conclusions.
It would nevertheless be prudent to keep an eye on,
Yes,
or an ear out for such things.
we shall.
Because whatever it is, I don't foresee it going away anytime soon.
No. The posters have been seen in other places than Crestville. One thing we need to find out is whether or not this Melvin was responsible for all of those, or just the local ones.
That's a good question.
Anything
Well,
else?
I definitely will ask Mikhail. I have a curiosity that needs to be satiated. If I'm completely honest, I think I'm afraid.
I won't
I
tell you not to be.
Don't truly know who I am yet. I know who I was, and I don't know if this is something I should be scared of. And when I'm afraid, I want to understand. So, thank you for your permission to study further.
Of course. If there is anything I can help you with in studies, in kindred life, and anything else, just,
Speaking of, Noulai's Malkavian too, right?
Yes. Well,
He seems very sensitive to the voice of the city that you speak of. It seems that he hears more than I do, and I can't help but wonder why. Is it because I'm so young?
we, children of Malkav, are most sensitive to these things, but frankly, the voice of the city is alive. It chooses when to speak to us. I cannot speak for it. I do not know how old Noulai is. I am very interested in his affinity with the voice. I am wondering if perhaps he hears more than even I do. However, while I can answer those questions, I can offer you some help. A way to perhaps connect with it.
I'd like that.
This is something that you can access in my office when I am in the room with you. I will show you where it is, because I trust you. But it is a secret.
Understood.
She heads over to a bookshelf and she moves some books. Just like you have the you have the sense to remember which books are moved where. It's not that complicated. It's just 3 little movements, and when she does, you hear a click, and a part of the shelf sort of shifts a little, and then she reaches into a small hole in the wall and pulls out a round sort of blue-green gemstone that fits. It's fairly large. It's like egg, like a big egg sort of thing. Holds it in her hand. She says, "This."
I definitely get very excited because, like, in all my dreams of being a kindred, I was desperately hoping for someone to have like a secret shelf or a basement dungeon or something.
Do you contain yourself, or are you doing that and she can see it?
Oh, I'm absolutely doing the little, like,
Okay.
I can't help myself.
She giggles and she hands it to you very carefully and she says, "This is a meditation stone. It is a magical item enchanted for me by a member of the Tremere clan, Gwendolyn, my herald. It does not do anything to you, it simply allows you to focus. You hold it, you meditate on a topic, and I find that I hear the voice of the city most clearly when I use this. However, it does... it's an intense experience. You may end up with a bit of a headache. I find
Every time you use it? Specifically when you use it to hear the voice?
It depends. I find that the the effects are worse when I reach out to the voice, but any manner of intense focus can take its toll. If I might suggest, and I make this suggestion almost out of character because it's what I prepared for, meditate on a person to start with, more so than events and more abstract things. Think about a person, and perhaps the voice will give you an opinion, an insight, some thoughts that you may not have considered.
Oh.
She doesn't know how many you can think of before it'll start to hurt too much, but certainly at least one.
I only have one that I'm thinking of straight away. Triggered by my earlier encounter, so I reach out for the stone and I ask her, so do I need to go somewhere special for this? Do I need to sit a certain way, or is it all just a mental thing?
Whatever helps you, but hold it in your hands, close your eyes, shut the world out. I do not exist. This room does not exist. And picture him. Your emotions may have an effect on this, but we shall see.
How did you know it was a him?
Well, that was just me fucking up, but think of them. We'll say them.
Well, I mean, the cat's out of the bag now. It wouldn't surprise me. I'm guessing she's probably picked up on the tension between myself and Jacob.
Yeah.
So it would be a decent guess.
Okay. So, as you do this, how are you sort of feeling? Because what happens may change a little depending on how calm versus angry you are.
I am very curious.
Okay.
And when I'm when I distrust someone, I go to a very cold place.
Detached.
So I'm very calm, almost emotionally detached. And I just kind of hold the stone lightly, but not too tightly because I don't want to, like, get my hands sweaty. And I just close my eyes and I focus on his stupid little face and how he just, like, adjusts the glasses on his nose and, like...
You see him. He's a wanker. The anger is there. You're trying to control it. Let's trust the dice in how well you control it. What would this be? We'll say that this is just entirely traits and thoughts. We won't have you use your auspex because you have the stone, which is negating that need. So you get a big roll because you get your resolve and your composure. So click the button next to either of those, and then you can add the other one in the drop down.
Oh, okay, yeah. Resolve and composure.
A lot of dice for those two. Those are good for you. Okay. 3
Wow, only 3.
successes is fine. That is enough to keep your composure and think about Jacob properly and carefully without descending into I hate you. Which is good, which means you get actual valuable stuff instead of just the song Fuck You by Lily Allen over and over again, which is what I would have given you if you couldn't control yourself. But the joke was too good not to share.
I've been listening to that song on repeat this week, so that would have been so great.
Yeah, I'm kind of sad that you've succeeded, but nonetheless. Alright, so you get... Do you just listen out for one? Like, or will you keep focusing on him and try and get two different senses, maybe? You feel like you could get...
I definitely keep focusing because I feel like I won't get to use this very often, so I want to, like... I really want to immerse myself in this as much as possible.
Okay, so you get... And it's still, it's the voice of the city is not an answers box. It's still vague because it's a song, but you get two sort of musical sensations from him. In one that you get a feeling of motivation here. Like this is what Jacob sort of wants in the end, and it's I wanna be in the room where it happens, the room where it happens. I wanna be in the room where it happens, the room where it happens. Along with the accompanied senses of power and control and involvement. But you get another sense that is a sense of his sincerity and loyalty, which is very important, and you know who he's supposed to be loyal to. And as you hear this, you know that the song is not meant to be taken literally based on the words, because the song goes like this. So trust me, darling dear, I'm so sincere, there's no need to fear. Trust me, darling do, just as I trust you. You don't hear it in Jacob's voice, you hear it in the same haunting voice that you heard the last time, if you have heard the voice of the city. But those are the sort of Jacob impressions that you get.
The second one unnerves me a lot. The first one is not a surprise because you can smell his desperation for power almost. It's nauseating.
Your head is starting to fuzz a little, but you feel like you could pick someone else to get a snippet, but it might be a risk.
I am going to take the risk.
Okay.
Because I feel safe.
Be anybody, could be in the party, could be from the court, could be anyone you've sort of crossed paths with.
And it has to be a person, right?
For now.
It can't be a memory or...
You can try, but...
a date.
You're not sure that... I mean, the out-of-character answer is I have a list that counts for people right now. However, the in-character answer that doesn't make me look like a cop-out is, you're already used it once, and you don't know how well your focus would be able to go more abstract.
Fair. So let's keep it solid for now. I would focus on... Oh, what is our friendly pub owner's name again?
Flanagan.
Flanagan, yes.
The Irishman, yeah, alright.
And if I hear a jaunty Irish sea shanty, I'm gonna actually be mad at the city, but only a little because I love them.
Soon may the Wellerman come... No, it's not that. Because I can't do 8 voices at once. Maybe 7, but not 8. No, the song that you get as you focus on Flanagan and picture him with his, sort of almost smarmy, but still in the range of charming face behind the bar, pouring
The
drinks.
Irish do that so well.
Yeah. You hear a song that isn't really Irish at all. Again, the voice of the city doesn't really care about who the person is. At least as Juliet has sort of told you, the voice of the city is a thing of thoughts and impulses and impressions. Song you get is, well, there ain't no rest for the wicked. Money don't grow on trees. I got bills to pay, I got mouths to feed. There ain't nothing in this world for free. Oh, you can't slow down, I can't hold back, though you know I wish I could. Oh, there ain't no rest for the wicked until we close our eyes for good.
Interesting.
No roll on that one, because
I
you don't hate him as much as Jacob.
fair.
that was an emotional intensity penalty, that one. Anyway, so yeah, that's as that fades out, you can feel a definite headache, and you're like, yeah, I want to sleep now. Just in general, oof. You don't want to do it anymore. You could, but it would hurt a lot.
Okay, well, I don't need to, so we're good.
Yeah.
We got...
She takes it and gently replaces it in its spot, and then reverses all of the movements that she made as this super secret awesome bookshelf slides back in. She asks if there is any other concerns, questions that you have, or if it's time to bid you good night. There was something I remember you saying, if you want me to remind you.
Yes, please, because I'm like, what was it that I was saying?
You
Another thing.
in the very first session at the warehouse near the docks, you had a sensation of being watched, and you wanted to let her know about that.
That's actually what I was thinking about when I was like, can we like focus on dates or memories? Because that would have been the thing that I wanted to explore. So, I'm obviously now feeling a little fuzzy from the stone, and I kind of look at Juliet and ask her, so there's just one more thing that's bugging me, and it's been bugging me for a while now. But I wasn't sure I should say anything because there isn't really much to say. It's more an intuition.
In our world, those count for a lot. Please.
Well, so our first task, our first assignment.
Yes.
Everything seemed to go quite smoothly. As we left the warehouse...
And you two believe that, because both you and Juliet never knew that a guy died. Sorry, I just...
No, we have no clue.
Yeah, sorry, I don't mean to interrupt, I just find that hilarious. Go on.
Fine.
Yeah, everything's good, yep.
Except for, as we're leaving, driving off in our unmarked, non-predatory white van, I got the feeling that somebody was watching us. And I wasn't sure if that was... At first I thought maybe it was just, and given that it was our first assignment, maybe you had someone watching. I mean, Mikhail does like to watch. But it's a bit uneasy. It just kind of sits in the back of my mind, and I'm wondering if I should be worried. If we should be worried.
Mikhail had at that point not been designated as your supervisor. As important as you are to me, it was important that your first task be a point of proof. And you passed. But no, there was no supervision at the warehouse. I will not tell you that your feelings are pure paranoia or invalid. There is, of course, always a chance they may be. However, it is true that we are uncertain about the kindred who occupy that area, if there even are any. We believe that there may be purely because we cannot find them. And if we cannot find any kindred, then there is either something far scarier in the neighborhood, which we would have seen, or it means the kindred there are very careful and clever.
I'm not sure which is worse, to be honest.
I can order
Well,
more surveillance in the area, but these things take
would
time.
that not make us more visible?
Possibly. It is our intention to eventually rule and keep watch over this entire city. The West Bank is a part of this city, and we must move in on it eventually.
Well, given that at this point it is nothing substantial, I'll just, I'll ponder on it a little more, and if I think of anything else, I'll let you know.
Very well.
But I'm now rather glad that I did tell you.
Telling your prince things is a very good habit. She says that with a smile, but there's a bit of firmness in there, and you just feel a little hint of warning. It's a little hint of warning. Anyway.
I feel slightly rebuked, so I giggle and nod. You know, I accept
Okay.
that I've been lightly chastised.
But that that would wrap us up. That's all you needed from Juliet.
Yes.
All right, we'll speed it along then and have Joanne with their throbbing head exit Juliet's office. At which point you turn to return to your room, and then you stop, and your eyes kind of dilate a little, and you just get an idea in your head of something that you need to go do immediately. It's very close by. Just a few rooms away, you find Jacob sitting in one of the waiting rooms with a smug grin on his face. And you're not really thinking, you're just doing. You're just acting right now. You walk up to him. He looks at you, his eyes raised. And he just looks amazed. He's like, oh, my. And you start talking. And what you are telling Jacob is where the stone is and how to get it. And you just it's a very zombie-like voice. You just methodically just say, you know, first you move, second book from on the third row from the left down to a position in, and then you just finish that, and you stop, and you sort of come back to yourself. Your head fuzzes a bit, and you don't remember telling him that, and you sort of don't know why you're standing in front of Jacob, who is now looking at you. The amazement is gone from his face, and instead he is annoyed as he looks up to you and just says, "What? What do you want, girl? Why are you looking at me?" And you have no idea what you've just done.
I would look at him, very skeptical, narrowed eyes, turn around and walk out.
Yeah.
I know something is up.
Yeah. You know, what you know is that there was kind of a blank shift. This time, it's not like the first time where everything's sort of blended gently. You don't recall anything happening to you to, like, make this occur. However, the experience is making you ponder that original one. And in the back of your mind, you're not sure, you're really unsure about it. And I I won't say that you're necessarily sure enough to go straight back to Juliet at this point, but you're like, what? There's a part of you that's, I don't know, thinking that maybe you're just overreacting, but there's also a part of you that's like, wait, hang on. How do you feel?
Given the conversation that I just had with Juliet, and the fact that she said that premonitions and like intuitions are very important, also she just kind of crapped on me for not telling her things, and
It's true.
I'm more likely to, coming from, especially from that like whole corporate environment, tell your boss your fuck ups before they can't be fixed. I'd be like, I've got nothing to tell her, but let me tell her there's a fuck up anyway.
Problem is that you don't know what to say, because you don't know what you did. What you know is that when you left the office, you just kind of spaced out and suddenly you were standing in front of Jacob. That's the problem. Like, you're starting to puzzle it out in your head as to, is there an issue here? But you really, like, you like, I'm not in control of your character. You can go and talk to Juliet. It's just, there are some... It's tough to find the exact right thing that you can say to her at this point.
Well, sometimes I can be quite impulsive.
Okay.
So, given the recent conversation, I feel the urge, like, okay, I'm gonna go and talk to her. I don't have anything to say, so the first thing that pops into my head is like, I'm gonna go straight to her and ask her, how much do you trust Jacob?
Good idea. Okay, no, that works. I just didn't want you saying anything that technically you've forgotten. So
yeah.
that's
because I
fine.
feel like that would be a good place to start, especially since, you know, he's been unsettling me the whole
bemused that you've walked straight back in, and she says, I trust Jacob as any member of my court. They are hand-selected. I am aware that he is impolite and in need of many, many lessons in manners, but his work is impeccable, and his loyalty is to me.
I'm a little unsure of whether I should say this to her or not, because, I mean, obviously I'm still so new and everything. So I just kind of stammer to her, like, I don't doubt your ability to judge people, but I think you trust him more than you should. And I kind of turn around and walk out again.
She doesn't stop you or call you. She considers. I like that. That's good. Will that be where we leave that one? Because Jacob at this point has vanished in the wind. Yeah. Your head hurts and you're very confused, and maybe your memory will be jogged if more things happen, but right now I get it's frustrating and annoying. Alright, so the night passes. Now, the following night, Mikhail has some business with an old friend. Now, the only person that he contacts about this is Katya. Walks up to Katya and says, So, you have unfinished business with a fellow whose head you would like to see removed. Yes?
Yes, I do.
Today is the day of the head removal. I think it is only fair, given you bore the brunt of his bullshit, that you can do this. But I need to ask him some questions first. It'll be a whole big production. The point is, he gives you a time, he gives you a place, which is a warehouse. Just a small little warehouse, back alley, nowhere. And he says, be there, don't be late, or he might be dead. And that's all he tells you, and it's very quick. Now, before this happens, I believe, Flynn, do you intend to do that thing that you wanted to flag down Mikhail for? Or will you do that at a later time?
I might do that later if I do it at all.
Okay, that's fine. We can leave that. But in that case, unless you are specifically thinking about the interrogation of Melvin and what's happening with him, you will probably not find anything out about it or be involved.
That's fine.
Cool. Joanne, are you at all this next day going to try and find Mikhail and see if you can worm your way into this?
I absolutely am.
Yes.
Because now, more than ever, I have like a ton of questions, and I am... Well, I don't remember anything from the encounter with Jacob. The song has me asking questions, and given the conversation about Nathaniel, I'm like, this motherfucker is up to something.
Fair.
And if he's connected to Nathaniel, or this whole business in any way, I want to know.
Noulai, it's been a night. How do you feel? Do you think that Noulai would be twigging to any of this, or would he still be very much buried in himself?
I think it would be at the point where, if given enough time, he might consider something like that, but I feel like it is a little too soon for him.
Okay. So, Joanne...
Unless he's being dragged into it, but like, he's not thinking out of his own volition, anything like that.
Mikhail is interested in making sure Katia is there, but beyond that, he's not particularly bothered about the coterie. It's got nothing to do with the coterie. It's just, he sort of the sort of combat honor kind of thing. Katia is the one who got attacked, therefore Katia needs closure here. Like, it's a favor. But it is not too difficult for Joanne to reach Mikhail. Everybody has his number at this point, and while he's not willing to talk on the phone about shit like that, like he does hear that you want to meet up with him, and as he is, in the area to talk to Katia, he also stops by you before he leaves the mansion and asks what you want,
So,
how can I help you, young one?
I believe you're going to see a man about a head later, and I wondered if I might be privy to this particular encounter.
This is not friendly business we do tonight. Not that you are not, of course, capable of such things, just... You do not need to be a part of this if you do not wish. But I can stop.
I appreciate your hesitation, but I think if I'm going to be of any use to you and to the prince, I need to learn a little bit more about, well, the other parts of being a kindred. I can't stay a baby forever.
They're not so nice. Well, a healthy drive and willingness is good quality for you to have.
Besides, I have questions, and maybe we'll get answers, maybe we won't.
We will get answers, trust me. There's a look in his eyes.
But
it is scary.
I kind of like scary Mikhail, but probably because I've never been on the receiving end of the scary.
It's a protective scary. It's a scary that says that the people who want to hurt you will receive this scary, and they will soil themselves most regularly. Now, all right. So he gives you the same address and the same time, and he says, think about it. Think about it carefully. No judgment or worries. It's basically like, I as the GM know that you're coming, but Mikhail as a character is protective, not only because you are the prince's, but also because you are very young in his mind. Anyway, it's weird. There's a kind of it doesn't matter how old you were as a human. Like, you could have been embraced at 90. And you would look like a 90-year-old forever, but if you were a month old as a kindred, he'd still treat you like that. Anyway.
Interesting.
So we can push forward if there is no flag downs from anybody to the actual warehouse a few hours later. Super out of the way. Katia and Joanne attend. You follow the directions through the back alleys. I imagine you just, get a car, one of Juliet's many cars with a driver who just zips you there and waits.
Minimal fuss.
Yeah. You know which door to enter. It is unguarded, unwatched, anything. Is Pasha coming along?
Pasha will come along, and so will my machete.
Yes, very good. All right, so the three of you enter the building, and it's dark, but there's sort of like a lighting, like a portable light that's shining directly on Melvin, who is very, very securely fastened to like a wooden board. It's almost religious looking. It's kind of cross-like because he's got his arms spread wide and his legs are also clamped down. And there are a staggering amount of chains. You are aware that Melvin has some extra strength in him compared to the average kindred and certainly the average mortal. So they put a lot into stopping him from moving. There's a chain around his neck, which hopefully doesn't stop him from talking, given the purpose of the day. But yeah, he is probably not gonna break out of that. Probably. New music. Now, across from Melvin, just setting the scene still, he's not awake. No, actually, no, he's staked at the minute, but he looks like his eyes are open. The torpor that he was in last night has been roused from, which, Katya, you sort of don't really know how that works. You've heard that sometimes vampire blood can bring vampires out of torpor, but it doesn't always work. It's inexact science. Whatever Mikhail and or Gwendolyn, who are both here, have done, they've got the guy awake and he doesn't look as badly beaten as he did when you were pulled off of him. Which makes you a little bit sad in a way, because you liked the wounds that you inflicted. He deserved them. Anyway, across from him is Gwendolyn, the Princess Herald, who you had met at the very beginning of the story. She was resplendently dressed, made up, hair done, looking like she's out for a night on the town. Looks a bit different today. Still has her makeup and her hair done. That seems to be a permanent fixture, as you know, Joanne, having seen Gwendolyn around. Very vain woman. But her clothes are a lot more understated. It's kind of like your sort of dirty work clothes, I guess, but they're robes, like culty, wizardy sort of robes. For she is a warlock, she is a Tremere, and she is hunched over a little tub filled with blood. She's not really engaged with you or anything. She's just hunched over that. You hear her sort of whispering a little bit to herself. Mikhail, meanwhile, is standing near, and as you appear, "Hello, hello, friends! Welcome! Welcome to the amazing disappearing head!" No. Too theatrical. Too much fun. Serious moment. This is how it works. We're going to pull the stake from his chest. He is going to probably be an asshole at me. I'm going to ask him questions. He's going to answer them. If he does not answer them, he will be in a considerate amount of pain. When we have the answers we want, feel free to chime in if the two of you will also have questions. What we really want to know is about all this Nathaniel shit. But anything else that pops into your mind is wonderful too. When it all is said and done, then my good friend Katya, can bring the ceremony to a close. Gwendolyn over there is our truth speaker. If he talks bullshit, she will let us know. If he speaks truth, she will let us know. If she talks bullshit, I will roll my eyes. I heard that, Mikhail. Right. He walks over. You can stop him if you have a question of him, but he's done with his spiel and is walking over to pull the stake out. Does anybody have anything?
I walk up to him very quickly and just like grab him by the elbow, just like lightly, and sort of whisper to him, like, does Gwendolyn have to be here the whole time?
You have no fucking idea how many spells we had to put on that. He says a word in Russian and you don't know it. It's not very polite. Katya, you know it well. And he says, yes, she does. Gwendolyn looks at you and just kind of this little squeaky smirk. Now, Mikhail was speaking very loudly, by the way, so Melvin heard all of that. Mikhail pulls the stake out. Most people say, ow. Melvin just sort of looks at him. You're smiling, not pulling at the chains, you're not trying to kill me. No, you feel calm, collected. You've done something to me, haven't you? I should be wanting to rip your head off and drink from the spurts of blood coming out of your neck, but I don't. I'm not sure whether to thank you or to be very offended. Well, we have to have a conversation. Don't worry. It'll be a pleasant one, so long as you tell us the truth and everything we want to know. Eh? He looks at Mikhail, sort of looks pensive, and he says, No. Not going to talk to you. I don't want to talk to you. Oh, okay. Which limb do we start with, then? Any suggestions? Katya, which limb? No. I won't talk to you. You don't see him. Your mind isn't right. Too cold? Too closed? Need open minds. I'll talk to them. Gestures. He can only move his head. I'm gonna talk with my hands because that's what I do, but he can only move his head. So he nods at Katya and Joanne. To them. Mikhail just shakes his head. Fine, what the fuck? Gwendolyn at this point speaks up and says, Everything he says is true. What? That I'm a close-minded... Shut up! That's not your job! He shrugs, gestures to you guys, by all means. Pulls Katya as you move forward and says, We need to know about the posters. We need to know who the fuck Nathaniel is. We need to know what he has seen, who he knows, names, places. We need to know why. We need to know what the intentions are and how much of a pain in my ass this is all going to be. And then he sort of just moves off into the darkness, as just trying not to be there in case that helps Melvin feel more talky. Okay, there's a crazy man chained to a post. What do you do?
I will loom very professionally, as I've learned to do despite being rather short, and begin with... We have only a few simple questions, then you may rest. We fought once, it went poorly for you. I recommend you give us no trouble. Do you understand?
My thank you for the fight, it was really quite invigorating. Oh, I have no problems, my friend. My part is done. I am quite happy to tell you whatever you need to know. About the light of my life, about the future, about the past. Well.
Let us begin with this. Where did you get the posters? Were you given them by someone else?
He collects his thoughts and he says, They didn't trust me, you see. Not a full member, I was a bit, just a little bit off the rails. But that is not as if to say that they all end up like me. No. The posters were consolation. Give me something to do to make me feel like I mattered still. No names though, no faces, no trust! No trust for the ones who can't be trusted. You see, it makes sense when you say it like that.
No names, no faces, then how did you receive them?
Well, there was one face. His face. But no. It was a park, what was it? Rosewood? Rosewood! Tree. He gives a general description of where in the park, a specific sort of wonky-looking tree that stands on its own. Underneath, packages filled with them. Here, there. Every second Sunday.
They were left for you to find. No delivery man that you saw. You arrived and the packages were present.
Oh, I tried to see them drop it once. You know what happened? They didn't fucking come! I think they noticed. But when I wasn't trying to break the rules, yes.
Did you put these posters around only your neighborhood, or elsewhere in the city as well?
Crestville. Just Crestville. I was supposed to grow my mighty empire of wall artwork, but it didn't quite work because, well, the dinner bell rang, but it wasn't dinner. Dinner attacked! And then here I am.
Dinner did not appreciate being dinner.
Very rarely does, but I don't think nature was designed to give a shit.
You spoke of a consolation prize. Can you tell me what would the first prize have been had you succeeded?
Oh, membership? Enlightenment? To be a child of Nathaniel. If only my
How?
mind could have taken it. Just to... Because I don't want to do this every time. Whenever he speaks, Gwendolyn has so far said true, true, true. There haven't been any lies yet.
How did you hear of this group, organization, whatever, of Nathaniel? How did you become aware of their presence?
He found me. I think the posters are, they're meant to put him in your mind. The more you think of him, the more he can see you. The more he can feel you. Have you seen Nathaniel? You're the questioner, I'm the questionee. I'm sorry, poor manners. Always was a problem with me. He, hang on. Right, no, I remember now. Okay, he continues. But I think the early scouting was his work. I imagine he watched what I did, watched how I lived, and decided I was worthy. Or at least that I might have been. Turns out I wasn't. He showed me too much. I couldn't. You understand, I wanted to, but I couldn't. His hand is sort of free, and he snaps his finger to indicate. Snap.
If I understand correctly, you saw the poster, and then he came to you in your mind?
No, that's what I mean. The posters are to make it faster, make it easier, but the posters weren't around when he found me. I think I was selected earlier. I guess that's some honor. He just looks sad.
So you have no comrades in arms? There are no conspirators that you might name for us?
I wasn't able to be trusted. I could not handle the knowledge. I could not handle the truth. I could not handle his world. I'm weak. And that's okay. I understand. Whatever I could do to make it real. His vision. But no.
Very well.
Not for me. You should
That
ask.
hotel of yours?
You should ask Flanagan. I don't know. They told me not to put them up around his business. Only him. No one else. Just him. I don't know why. He told me to fuck off when I tried to ask him about it. Then again, he told me to fuck off a lot. One of his favorite words.
One can hardly blame him. That hotel of yours, the impressive security, did you have assistance from others in setting that up? My children, of course, my pets. The
The man
security
at
man.
the desk and the man with the gun. What did you do to them? They're okay.
I'll look back to Mikhail because I don't know what became of them.
They live. They'll be fucked up forever, but they live.
There you are.
He sort of scowls, but shakes his head. It's best he can do. He says, yeah, like, they, he's sort of hazy on it. He doesn't have, like, the full details of how it was all set up, but he says that they did all the work. And he says, my master had... I don't know. It might have been his idea, or he might have just given me what I needed to have the idea myself.
Your master? This is Nathaniel again, not
Of course.
your sire, or...
Sire, liar.
Hmm.
He came to me and he showed me a world that was better than the shit pile we live in, but I am not for that world. All I can do is my best to make it be. So I
Very
hand
well.
out posters.
So, Flanagan, when you tried to speak to him of Nathaniel, when you tried to decorate his establishment, he rejected your overtures?
I didn't try to decorate it. I was told not to, and it was curious, so I went and asked him why, and he said he didn't want anything to do with that shit, that they were going to rot my brain! He was right on that, but it's not their fault, it was my weakness.
You were told not to by Flanagan or by Nathaniel?
I was told not to. It was a little note next to the poster said avoid the crack house, so I did because I listen. Sometimes.
Were there any other times that the packages contained notes?
Not that I remember. That was a lie.
These packages that the posters came in, did you keep any of the containers that they arrived in?
Possibly in the basement. Mikhail nods. Says, we have those.
Very well. And I'll look back at Mikhail because I don't know if I have any more to directly ask him about
Perhaps
the
Joanne does.
subjects that I was... Yes, she's welcome to step in if she likes.
I do like. I don't have a question so much as I want to show him something
Sure.
and see how he responds.
What you got?
I have a picture of Jacob on my phone. But I don't trust Gwendolyn. I don't want to get too close to this crazy mofo either.
Gwendolyn is not looking at you guys. She's looking down. Just as a note, she did say one thing was a lie. I don't know if you noticed, because I character switch sort of.
I did.
The poster, like, were there any other notes? He said no. She said that's kind of a lie. Which you can sit on and push later, but we'll do what you're doing now for now.
Oh god. I ask if Gwendolyn can just leave for 2 minutes. Won't take me long.
That's very curious. Well, my services are offered as a gift. If you do not wish to know if the man is telling the truth, then be it on your head instead of his. She gets up.
Oh, I won't be listening to what he says. And then I just wait for her to leave.
She gets up and she goes, and Mikhail has a raised eyebrow, but is thankful that he has not also been asked to leave, because believe you him, he wouldn't.
Oh no, I'm actually like I want him to stay. In fact, if he could come closer, that would be great. Because I don't know how he might respond to this.
Melvin hisses as
So-
Mikhail comes closer. Your mind is wrong. You will never see him. And if you did, he would hurt you. He would fucking try.
So I look at Melvin and I go, so you said no faces.
Well,
But what does this one tell you? And I show him.
reflected. Picture. I can't tell you if he's seen him or not.
Interesting. One more question.
Yeah.
You said he showed you, but you couldn't take it.
Yes. Sorry. Just... If you want to know what I saw, It is a mush in my brain. I could not even say it to myself, let alone to others. But
See.
he said it
But
was
you wanted it.
paradise.
Did you believe him?
Of course.
Paradise for whom?
For those who see him. For those who know him. And for those who are willing to accept it. And who can. I was willing, but... The spirit is willing, but the blood is weak.
And if I were willing, what would I need to do?
Think of him. Accept him into your heart, and perhaps you will be considered. You will be visited. You will be shown. And then if you are lucky,
So,
you will be shown more. And if you are not lucky, get a good look, my friend.
sounds positively evangelical. Alright, I'm done.
Looks at Katia.
When she showed you the picture on her phone,
Yes.
am I to understand that you think you can look at a kindred in the flesh and know something about their affinity for Nathaniel?
You could see him if you tried. That one could see him if they tried. But the Nosferatu? No.
Only the Nosferatu cannot see him?
No.
Or only this one?
Like when he sort of nodded his head. Katia, he thinks you're capable. He thinks Joanne's capable. No, he thinks Mikhail is useless to him.
So he's referring to Mikhail specifically, not
Yeah.
a group. Let us revisit one thing.
Not that Mikhail is the only person he's ever seen who could not.
You said there were no other notes. We don't believe that to be true.
Little things here and there. Little words. Nothing concrete like.
Do you recall any of these words, even if they may not altogether make sense?
Directives such as where to put in a special amount, or to mail sometimes, deliver it by the old-fashioned way, so that somebody would receive it in their mailbox.
Do you
I don't know why I
remember
didn't
any of
tell
these
you.
places? Where did you mail them?
Not to hand, perhaps. Perhaps the notes are still in my home, if you continue to search. But I don't know.
Have no doubt that we will.
I invite you to. He could make great use of you. He could... If you would... Well, you couldn't stop him if that was your plan. Is it almost over now?
I'll look back at Mikhail and I'm finished.
Well, he won't listen to me because apparently my blood smells bad or some shit. He whispers in your ear because he thinks that if Melvin hears him ask it, he's hoping that it'll work. What he whispers is he wants to know what Mikhail... Yeah, tell me what I look like. No, he wants to know what Nathaniel looks like.
One last question.
Of course.
Tell me what Nathaniel looks like. Describe him for me as an appearance. I don't need to hear of his glory.
You will know in time. But you should already know. You've seen the posters. Now, I remind you that just about every poster you saw had a different person's face on it. Each poster, for those that didn't catch last session, was a picture of a human face with a very intense, exaggerated expression, sometimes a big grin, sometimes a horrible look of fear, sometimes rage, sometimes just like sort of blissed out, like spaced out, but always like something intense. And the eyes, if they were open, were the same light blue color and just sort of very intense. Even in the posters where the character didn't look like they were staring, if you looked at those eyes, you felt like you were being stared at. And at the bottom, in caps, in a eye-catchingly ostentatious font, "Have you seen Nathaniel?" on each one. So a lot of different faces is what you remember of the posters. Anyway, that's all he says is, "You've seen the posters."
Well, I'll turn back to Mikhail, give him a shrug. I asked as much as I could, and I'll get my blade out.
I raise my hand in the background and I go, just what does Nathaniel sound like?
When Nathaniel chooses a face, a voice comes with it, but you can always tell it's him. Anyone could be Nathaniel. You could be Nathaniel. You're not, but you could. Or he could be you.
How will I know? Will I feel it? Will I hear it?
Always know if he wants you to know. Use the blade now. I'm very tired of being alive.
Have I heard Nathaniel?
You haven't seen him yet. That does not mean you have not heard him. Well, all I know is that you are not one of us. Yet.
Alright. Katya, he's all yours.
Yay!
Now you may rest, and I'll do my best to two-hand it, one stroke, make it clean.
The dude is, like, chained to a post. You do not need to roll to successfully decapitate him when he's that still. Also because I can't be bothered. So yeah, the head comes clean off, and as it does for vampires who are not that old, the idea is that your age catches up with you. All the years that you have lived before, since your turning, returns to your body in that moment. Which, in the case of older vampires, mean they just turn to dust. But he does not turn to dust. He turns into a withered, rotting, horrible-looking corpse, and the smell would really, 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 really bother you. If not for the fact that you are creatures of the night.
But Pasha has a working nose, so I'll give him a reassuring pat on the head.
Pasha would like to leave the room, but he will obey you. Well, that was not as good as I would have liked, but it's a start.
We may find more at his hotel.
Gwendolyn did sneak back in at one point and is still sitting there and continued to do the truth lies. Mostly truths. The only lie was that one thing, and yeah, he wasn't sure why he told it. Anyway. He says, yeah, they will do a sweep of Melvin's basement and will pull out everything that they could possibly find. So that's not something that we need to put into a scene. We can leave this particular part here and call that a night. Unless there are further questions of Mikhail before you, or Gwendolyn, before you guys leave.
Not at this time. I'd say that I would like to know what turns up with regard to what assistance can I provide. But that's about it.
Definitely. It is one of the many irons in the fire, and it is one that, as my hounds, you and your companions will be on call for, given your unfinished business. But, at least with that fellow, it's done. Now, as is ritual, when an enemy of mine is killed, I would like a drink. I would offer you to join me, but that's really awkward considering what we are, so, he just sort of trots. Well, no, he doesn't trot, he lumbers. For those of us, just for those in the chat who don't know Mikhail too well, he is a Nosferatu sheriff. His face is, look, about mid-tier Nosferatu ugliness. Like, he can't... He wouldn't want to walk down the street in the middle of the evening. People would notice that he doesn't have any ears and that his nose is squished in, but he's not so horrible that it's an immediate Masquerade breach. More, oh, buddy, you've been in either a lot of fights or a fire. Anyway. Friendly fella, though.
And we're all very, very fond of him.
Anyway. So, we can wrap up the interrogation scene there, and also this night we move forward another evening. And I would say, given how patiently he's waited yet again, that Noulai is probably about collected himself to try and work through his issues and deal with the many things that are on his plate. Yes?
Something along those lines, yeah.
Okay.
Hey, it wasn't even 2 hours this time.
No! No box. So,
Yeah.
Noulai is, of course, staying in Juliet's mansion. Just a quick thing, Katia, you do have another place. I know you'd been staying in Juliet's mansion, but as we move out to, like, you know, a couple of weeks, would I assume that you would probably shuffle off to where you actually live, or would you continue her hospitality?
Oh, I would like to have some time to myself once in a while.
You might, you know, float back and forth, because you wouldn't want to be too far away from the news and the gossip. So we'll just say that, yeah.
I expect I would try to maintain a balance.
Yeah, there'll be nights when you're around and nights when you're not. That's fine. Okay. So you're probably not around now. Not that it really matters. This is just Noulai's scene. But so, what do you feel like you need right now?
Noulai probably is seeking some sort of, not quite comfort, but reassurance from Juliet.
Right. As always, if you need to get a hold of her, you are not really comfortable enough as a guest in her home to just walk up to her office and knock on the door. Wouldn't be, you get the impression that would be very rude. So you have to flag down a servant and ask for a meeting and wait around a little bit. But she does agree to see you in her office eventually. You got about an hour's wait, but you do get there.
Yeah. Not like there's anything else to do.
No. Do you, yeah, should I just bring you inside, or is there anything else?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, just ring inside.
Same thing. She says enter. She is expecting you, so she figures it's you. You walk in, gestures for you to have a seat. Once again, it's her nice spick and span office, and she asks how she can help you, and she says that, she says, I haven't seen much of you in the last few days. I was told by Mikhail that the experiences with the feral kindred took quite their toll. I hope you know you have my support.
Yeah, about that. I don't really know what I signed up for. Well, what I was conscripted to more like. But I'm not sure if I'm ready for all this.
I see. I won't lie and say that the danger and the violence as a kindred is optional. It will find you if you attempt to avoid it. And being prepared for such things is vital to survival. However, that does not mean that you need to be violent yourself. At least, not as anything other than a last resort. Did you bring the weapon that you were... Oh, no, you left it, didn't you? You just sort of left it on the floor.
Yeah.
And didn't...
Yeah, me, Kyle, pick it up.
Yeah. Mikhail may have at some point tried to hand it to you if he saw you around, but you probably would have just left him, I imagine. Just be like, no!
Yeah.
Anyway. So, she says... Yeah, she says that Mikhail did, fill her in on, what, you did. And, like, sensing your, discomfort and uncertainty, she takes the initiative for the conversation and points out, of the 3 enemies that you had in that basement, the vampire was attacking ruthlessly and had to be brought into torpor to stop him from choking the life out of our friend Katya. One man took a bullet through his middle to take him out of the fight. But the other one was not harmed at all. The other one was able to cease hostilities, surrender, and though his mind is in quite a state, his body was untouched. Do you know why that happened?
Well, I stopped him.
Yes.
I felt the power inside me, and I felt like he actually stopped because of me, and I didn't. I first shot at him, but it felt terrifying to even think of harming someone. I fired out of sheer panic. I was worried, but I stopped him.
Yes. Those abilities that we talked about that night. You are quite gifted with the art of taking your will and placing it inside a mortal mind. Now, that is a power that can very much be misused. It can hurt. It can ruin lives. But what you demonstrated, you took a mortal who was fighting a battle that was not his, who was under the thrall of another kindred, who had no choice but to put himself in harm's way for the sake of a monster. You took that man, and you stopped him, and he took no harm beyond the psychological, and he walked out of that basement untouched, which some of your companions did not manage. That is a valuable skill, Noulai. That is an ability that can make great change in the world. And I do mean great, even if it's one life. There aren't many kindred who care so much about the life of a mortal, but I encourage it. It's certainly a way to live, a way to keep your beast at bay. There are a lot of things you can do that don't involve violence. Well, that don't involve personal violence. You can walk into a violent situation and, by your very presence, make it less so. I wouldn't walk away from that, if I were you.
Do you think I can do more like that?
Of course.
Then?
Our abilities... There is only one direction in which they go, and that is up. That is higher, that is more intense. The more we practice, the longer we live, the more experiences we endure, the greater we will become. In fact, We could begin lessons. We could continue to develop these abilities and...
I'd like that.
Hmm.
When I first came here, and when I learned of these powers, I felt like I could do anything, and even if I realized that this world is scary and
Yes.
it is a horrifying place, I think what you said just gave me a bit more hope in perhaps saving it. So if there is anything you or I can do to help make this world even a slightly better place, then I would love to learn how to do that.
She rummages around in her desk as you're talking, but you can tell she's listening, the way she's sort of still looking and nodding. She pulls out a piece of paper, and you've seen her hand sketches to people before. Mostly, I think she handed one to Flynn. She hands one to you now, and it is the moment of that god in the foreground to the left. As he drops his weapon, you can see the weapon just in a sort of halfway down as it is. You can see that it's clattering and that he's looking terrified, but he's also looking inward and kind of beginning the process of calming. And then in the background, over the overturned table that you were crouched behind, you can see yourself staring at him and looking intently into his eyes, and as terrified and lost and broken as you were in that moment, when you look at the sketch, something in the way that Juliet has drawn you, and it does scare you that she drew this scene that she was not present for. That's weird. But as you look at that, you look powerful. You look like a force for good in that image. That is what she has brought out through the drawing. And she hands that to you, and she says, "That is what I see." And she nods. She says, yes, you absolutely can do that. Our court, our Camarilla, we're not maniacal dictators. Our rules, our masquerade, we enforce it for safety, so that all of our people can live, so that we can eat without causing harm, so that we can persist, and so that the city can be regulated. Other kindred monsters, they treat people the way that Melvin creature did. A creature which now will no longer kill anyone else, and you had a hand in that. And while Melvin was beyond saving, the people he was with were not. You don't need to do the dirtier work. You don't need to be the one who brings the hammer down. You can be the one who does the saving in that room as well. That can be your place in this. And she points again at the sketch and offers it to you.
Thank you.
Of course.
I feel a little less lost now.
I'm glad to hear it.
Now, is there any way I could? Well, I don't want to touch the gun anymore. Is
You
there
needn't.
any sort of?
You needn't.
Yeah, that I thought I could, but it's just not for me. I'm sorry if I gave you the wrong idea.
We learn more about ourselves every day.
is there any sort of way I could instead have something if I still have to do these duties, or if I may do these duties? Is there something else, something a little more less violent that I could use? Maybe
There are many options, but yes, go on.
You know, maybe something that will enhance these powers instead. I don't know if these powers can be enhanced via talismans or something, or even just some non-lethal weapon for self-defense purposes.
Our world is full of wonders. The Tremere clan, blood sorcerers. There are other clans that practice such magics as well, but the Tremere are most known for it. Are there talismans that can enhance our abilities? Yes. Am I aware of some of them? Yes. And while I am willing to help you with many things, this is neither my area of expertise nor... Well, if I were to give you something of that nature, then I, by definition, would lose something of that nature which can benefit myself. If you would like to explore such things... You haven't met Gwendolyn, I don't believe. Oh, no, you have, actually. You were in the box, and you were tested by Gwendolyn. So she mentions Gwendolyn, the Tremere Herald, and points out who that was, and so, she would have tested your blood, which might have been awkward and not the best first impression, especially because you were in a state at the time and couldn't do anything. But she did that to, since they knew nothing about you, to make sure that you weren't going to explode or poison them or do something horrid. Anyway, it was a precaution, and that she did it at my order. So I hope that you do not hold it against her. Anyway, she is my Tremere, and perhaps she will be willing to aid you, though she drives a hard bargain, and nothing in the kindred world comes for free. I am offering you quite a lot of help, more than I perhaps would, were it not for... She doesn't speak, but you know why. The message, yes. The debt that she's repaying to someone else on your behalf. Anyway, not on your behalf, someone else involving you. So yes, she suggests that if you want blood sorcery, Gwendolyn is the Tremere that she knows and trusts. However, any Tremere, or there's another clan called the Banu Hakim, who are capable of blood sorcery, though a bit less willing to bargain with it, so stick with the Tremere, she recommends. Also, she doesn't know any Banu Hakim in the city yet. If there are some, then they haven't yet come into the Camarilla umbrella. Anyway, point is, she does then move on to suggest different kinds of weapons that can be used, like a baton that can be lethal, but can also just knock someone unconscious. She brings up the idea of tranquilizer guns that fire tranq darts, or stun guns, tasers, that kind of thing. Do you stop her at any of these?
Noulai stops him at the taser, like that.
Right.
Noulai, if it wasn't for the previous encounter, Noulai probably would have suggested the tranquilizer gun, but knowing how terrible his aim was at that, he stops himself from interrupting at the tranquilizer.
Yep, she can happily hook you up with a taser. That is very doable. I mean, she doesn't have one on hand immediately, but by tomorrow, a taser will appear in your room. Well, there'll be a knock on a door, and a servant will hand you a taser, but
on a silver platter.
If do you ask that of her? She says she can maybe arrange it.
Well,
but
Noulai will jokingly point that out.
She thinks about it, and she asks if there's anything else.
Not that I'm aware of. If when it comes to enhancing my current powers, I presume your staff is more than willing to aid me in any testing.
Yes, and she offers you, where she has a bit of free time here and there, some lessons. This is a sort of Gav thinks the experience points are a little bit too low in VTM V5, so we're doing this system so far. Technically, Joanne can take advantage of Juliet's teaching as well. It's more of an off-camera thing to work out exactly how much, but if you take a lesson with a vampire who is teaching you a power, the experience point cost of the next level of the discipline will start to go down a bit until... So it's like you spend an evening, then you earn an EXP's worth off of the price. That's something we will do, not on camera, but that's officially Mikhail has offered to teach Katia about Animalism, which is a shared discipline that the Gangrel and the Nosferatu both have. Joanne and Noulai could learn some Alcavian stuff from Juliet. Flynn unfortunately does not know or have organized anything, but it may be a possibility in the future.
Yep.
So yeah, that's a thing that can be worked out off. But yeah, if you don't have anything more to discuss with Juliet, it doesn't necessarily need to be the same night. Again, we're being a little abstract here because we've got a 2-week period now that the immediate stuff is done. But at some point, Noulai, you have a note, a letter with
a note with a phone number on it.
Yes.
While it is tempting, Noulai has been considering whether it is the right choice to call it.
Yeah.
And one rather dull night, he opts into it. He first looks into the phone, tries to see if there's any sort of privacy setting, sort of setting that allows him to call without showing his number, as many phones have had that feature.
Yeah, you can figure that out. You're not technologically inept unless you're about to tell me you are.
Well, I do have a point in technology at least, so.
Yeah.
So after toggling that on, making sure, or hoping at least, that his number will not be shared,
I wouldn't say it's a hidden feature, so I won't make you roll.
Yeah.
But yeah, the letter reads, call for an opportunity to earn money, to gain knowledge, perhaps to make a friend, and the number.
And Noulai, in the end, opts to call that number.
Alright, a voice on the other end picks up. Greetings. May I ask who is calling?
I think you know damn well who's calling. I was handed a note. And told me to have a good time calling you.
My employer requests a conversation. Am I correct in assuming I am addressing the kindred Noulai?
Yes.
Very well. The meeting will take place tomorrow night at the Rosewood Park. You will wait at... And he gives you a description of a bench. A specific bench in that park. And he gives you a time that I don't care enough about to specify. And he says you will wait there until... You'll wait there until my employer appears. You will bring no one, or my employer will not appear.
I understand.
He hangs up. As soon as you say that. No goodbye. That's it.
Noulai acknowledges it and gets back to whatever boring training / experimenting he was on.
Okay. So, zoom forward to the arranged meeting. Do you say anything about it, or do you just go when the time arrives?
I would say Noulai goes there a bit ahead of time. Think 15 to 30 minutes ahead of time to just scout the surroundings.
Public transport, or do you take a car with a driver from Juliet's?
Probably. Has Juliet ever offered these sort of services?
She hasn't said no. There's a sort of implication that you are a guest and you have access to Camarilla facilities.
Then, in that case, Noulai will have a servant drive him there.
Yeah. Alright. Do you ask the servant to wait, or do you just send him off?
Just send him off.
Okay.
I was told to be alone.
Yes. I would suggest that, considering that order, that you have the dude park far enough away from the park, that the servant does not know that that's where you're going, or do you not? You just tell him to Rosewood Park.
Noulai will just tell him to go back home. Like Noulai is not thinking about that part. That
Okay, so
clearly.
the servant is aware that he sent you to Rosewood Park. He does not, however, know why, and he just leaves. He doesn't care. Okay. Interesting. You make your way to the bench after, I guess, taking a look around. It's deserted mostly. I mean, there's occasionally a walker, like just someone, stumbling, like looking a bit drunk. It's we'll say it's still before midnight, so like it's emptier than you'd expect for a park to be at this point. Like you're that's strange. Like you'd think that there'd be like groups of teenagers partying or something, or I don't know, shady drug deals, but it's emptier. Not completely empty, but emptier. You sit at the bench. The time for the meeting arrives. No one shows up immediately. As you're sitting there, kind of, just wondering about things, pondering. We'll get a roll to see if any thoughts, any music, perhaps, comes to you. What would it be? I think I used wits and auspex because it's kind of like catching it. Or would it be? Oh, you'd prefer wits and auspex than resolve and auspex. It's not really a discipline power. It's just my house rule for when the voice of the city decides to speak to someone. Go with your wits and your auspex. I think you have a specialized roll for that.
Modifiers?
No. Yeah. 2 successes, I would say, is enough, because the voice likes to talk to you.
What can I say?
As always, it's music. It's music that sort of sets a bit of an idea for the conversation that you're about to have. It's quick. It feels like a verse more than a chorus. It's been waiting at these crossroads forever and a day on a guy to buy my soul. Spent all night and day, how much harder can I pray? You know I gave my life to rock and roll. Here we go. And as that "here we go" is sung, you hear another voice also saying "here we go." But doesn't sing it. It's not quite as long. It's more of a "here we go." And you look up and you see 2 men
What happened to being
casually
alone?
walking towards you. One of them is moderately well dressed. He looks sort of like a 40s gangster sort of thing. Old man with a fedora, but he doesn't look like the word fedora tends to conjure up in the modern day. The man next to him is very off-puttingly focused. He is staring around, looking very alert, and just the way he carries himself is very militaristic. Like you get that soldier impression from this guy. He's not armed from what you can see. He's very tall, broad-shouldered, very dark skin, bald. Just very much looks like a kind of, He looks like just a bodyguard accompanying a VIP. Which, as you ask, weren't you supposed to come alone? The man in the hat. You were supposed to come alone. I am well within my rights to bring my bodyguard to strange parks in the middle of the night. Noulai, I believe.
Well, it depends on whether the man asking will be alone.
I'm going to pretend that
I
made
don't take
sense.
kindly to this kind of power dynamic.
I understand, but we live in a dangerous world, and you chose to come tonight, which shows curiosity, a hint of recklessness.
But also trust.
Yes.
And I hope you can trust me as well.
Well, you've already spoken to my right-hand man, Salim, here. Greetings, sir. You recognize the voice from the phone. But, nonetheless, I can have Salim take a walk, if you would like.
I would prefer that.
Very well. Go feed the ducks or something. Are there ducks here? I don't believe so, sir. He walks. My name is Crimson, Walter Crimson. I invited you here tonight because I have questions. Not as if to say that I am intending to force answers out of you, of course. I believe in business. I am a businessman, and I would like an open, careful, friendly exchange. A few answers from you, and, well, we'll see what you want. I have money. I have the ability to answer questions of your own. Or we can bargain! I do enjoy a bargain. He sits in the bench across from you at this point. Takes his hat off. He's not fully bald. He's got the sort of hair around the back. Eternally balding. Terrible way to go. Yeah,
I'm sure we both have questions that need answered. But go ahead.
Well, all right then. Let me make this just a little quieter. It's an intense song there. Okay. Beforehand, he says, well, let's shake on it. And he offers his hand.
Noulai begrudgingly accepts. For as far as he is aware, there are no handshake powers.
Yes. As you take his hand and he shakes it, something happens to you that has happened once before. You get the impression that what is happening to you now is going to pass by unnoticed. You're in your own little world for a bit, but he's not going to know what's happened. But he's gone. Park's gone. You're gone. You are seeing something. You are seeing something in your mind. And you remember you had a similar strange vision when you were with the prince the very first time. And that vision was of a hammer floating in the sky, of string wrapping around it and covering it. And then that hammer, when it was completely covered, suddenly stopped floating and fell and landed in a bucket of blood with a big splash, and that was the vision. That's not what you see this time. You see a hand, a big hand, appearing out of the darkness, and the hand is red. It's not red as in it's blood-covered, it's literally like the skin is a dark red. Crimson, perhaps. You see this hand hovering, and there is a piece of string tied to each finger. And fingers are moving up and down as you look, you follow the string below, you can see figures tied to the string. And they're blurry, but you get the impression that these are people. One attached to the thumb, one to the index, one to the middle, one to the ring, one to the little finger. Little people on strings. And as he moves his fingers, they sort of rock and bounce. But again, they're blurry. You don't know who they are. But you feel like if you concentrate really hard, you will be able to identify one. Pick a finger, any finger. And if you focus in, zoom in on that blurry, bouncing little figure, you might get an inkling as to who it is.
I've always been fond of the middle one.
You zoom in on the middle finger, follow the string. And as you arrive at this little bouncing figure on the string, the blur falls away, details appear. And you see A young-ish man, 30s. Pair of glasses on his face. Very stern, judgy expression. You've seen him before. You see Jacob. You see Jacob the Seneschal. You don't really know him too well, though. You've had barely any interactions with him. But you've seen him, like, around, and you know that he exists by this point. Probably know him the least of any of the party here. And you can take from that impression whatever you will, but it fades away, and you are once again shaking Walter Crimson's not red hand.
Crimson, was it?
Yes. I do like a man who listens. Walter Crimson.
And how did you learn of me?
Oh. Well. If the deal is information for information, then we can make that it. But I will ask a question in return.
Ask all you want.
Of course. To be frank, my young friend, your arrival in this city was nothing short of spectacular. A kindred in a box, pierced through the heart with a wooden stake, smuggled as sea cargo and buried in a warehouse in a crate. Now, if that isn't just the most fascinating story I have ever heard. You don't think anybody who catches even the slightest whiff goes off singing to the hills about that? Well, information is valuable in the kindred world. I could tell you who told me, but to be perfectly frank, there's a good 7 or 8 who might tell me, so I don't remember which of them it was. But you can rest assured that if something happens in this city, I am probably going to know the details.
Well, if the details are blurry, then maybe my memory needs a little bit of jogging in whatever questions you might have. I don't appreciate a man with a lack of integrity, let's put it like that.
I will honor any deal we make. In this case, you make a point. You make a point. He thinks about it. I paid a visit to your prince's mansion. Well, yours and mine, of course. I am loyal to the Camarilla. Who isn't? Fools. On the night of your arrival, and had a very lovely conversation with the Seneschal, a young man. And he was happy and obliging to let me know of the recent goings-on of the court.
I see.
Including the arrival of a most fascinating mystery, namely yourself. Now, if that is enough, I do have a question of my own.
Go ahead.
Where did you come from?
Noulai tries to think hard, but all he can answer is China.
He stares intently at your incredibly white face and looks quizzical. Curious. Were you in?
I was adopted.
Huh. I have no doubt.
It wasn't exactly a secret to me.
So that was your home, not a brief stay.
Yeah.
I see.
China that's where I come from.
He's just looking at you. Well, of course. The kindred of the East are much like our kind, are they not? We have roughly the same clans over there.
You know better than I do.
China. Curious. Well, ask away. Your turn.
Why me? What is so spectacular of me? I know you're telling me all about my origin story of being in a box, but I'm sure once we take the vampire out of the box, it's just a regular vampire.
A vampire with no ties here, as far as we can tell. A vampire who traveled in a most unconventional way, with intentions unknown. I gather information as directly and as thoroughly as I can, and the easiest way to get yours was to go straight to the source, look you in the eye, and ask. Why not? You wouldn't want me sneaking around your back stair now, would you?
Well, at least you got integrity there.
Do you not flinch at that line?
Sorry, what was the line again?
It was the line from that song that haunts you, sneaking around your back stair. And
Yeah.
And he looks at you as he says
It does ring a slight bell, but it's only it takes a few seconds to gather my thoughts and just not respond to it. Not respond to it.
But yes, to summarize, why are we having this conversation? Because there are gaps in my knowledge of you, and I would like to fill them however possible. Which I will now continue. How did you do it? Did you have help? Did someone send you here? Or are you an expert at shipping and receiving and cargo trade that you could just find yourself in a crate, stake yourself, and away you go? You get a sense that he doesn't think that's the answer.
Well, I do remember that Noulai is under the prince's spell, and no matter how hard he tries or pretends to try, he responds with a quiet, I can't say.
He's looking at you very closely, at your eye movements, at your hesitation. You really can't, can you? Interesting. Whose handiwork was it? Can you say that? Who's shutting you up?
Noulai ponders for a moment and I can't say.
No. That one you can, but you chose not to, and I can respect that. Nonetheless. But as you can't say, I do reserve the right to another question. What are your intentions here? In Shadeport.
Noulai looks around, thinks carefully, eyeing around. I guess whatever life hands me.
No secret mission?
I'm here to make lemonade, sir.
Well, that sounds like a frightfully boring career path, but whatever suits. Metaphorical, of course. Well, question is whether or not I believe that. I'll let it slide. Anything further?
What can you offer me? Why, I came here because your note said you can offer me lots, but
Indeed.
I wanna hear it.
Well,
Hear it straight from the horse's mouth.
what was offered was money or information. You chose information in this particular case, but money could of course be forthcoming if we were to work together. I am a businessman. I do business, like I say. I am here, as many kindred are in this untapped vein of mortal safety, for the opportunities, for the free room to breathe and consider. Of course, there is a Camarilla here, but They are nascent. There is room. And I will support the Camarilla. Of course, I'm a loyal member of the Camarilla, but I'm here to expand my business. Which means I'm bringing a lot of money here.
You want free market.
I'm bringing work here. I'm bringing things to do. And if you were to do some things for me, then you would be paid handsomely. But more specifics, well, there is a little something I believe you and only you could do for me.
I'm all ears. Noulai says that as he flicks his heightened senses momentarily to his.
I mean, you hear
his sense of
birds.
hearing.
You hear nocturnal birds chirping. That's about it. If there are any, I don't know birds. Anyway, owls. You hear the hooting of an owl.
And night jars?
I don't know. But nothing much. Like, it's just a, yeah, it's not a visible thing, so he doesn't notice that you're flexing. Well, I'd have to call my man back. He is the one with the bags.
Very well.
Yeah. You don't really notice what he does. You didn't call him or anything. The dude just shows up. A few minutes later, having walked back, he quietly hands a small satchel, and then he walks off again. Thank you, Salim. And he pulls out a blue-green circular stone that is about like a large egg. You could hold it in both of your hands. And he says, "This is an item that is of absolutely no value to me. But it looks exactly like another item, which is worth quite a bit. It's an item that you will find. Oh no, this is quite real. It is every bit as capable as the one that I want. However, it is not the one that I want. The one that I want is located behind a bookshelf in the office of Prince Juliet Hammersley. I have recently come into the knowledge of how to access this. If you were to
A betrayal.
enter Juliet's office, take this item, open the bookshelf. You've seen Indiana Jones, I assume. Leave mine. Close the bookshelf. Leave the office. And my man Salim will be in touch with how you can get Juliet's stone to me. If you do this, well, things will look up for you, my friend.
Tell me, Mr. Princeton. Well, we are both the kind we are. What can money truly buy in our world?
I don't debate the philosophy of finance. Money is as valuable to you as it is to no one else. If money is not your game, then by all means, what do you want?
The money I left my past life of riches and wealth.
Of course.
Probably not as immense wealth as one of your stature, but I do want to point out that if money cannot bring me the things I want, what value does it bring to me?
It's a decision that you will have to make. But we needn't agree upon price right now. You can call it a favor. Have you... I assume you know the mechanics of a kindred favor.
You're free to refresh my memory.
We are not strictly speaking, creatures of innate honor and integrity. Many of us have it, I certainly do. But for some of us, it takes a little more force to ensure that our word is good. A kindred boon? Well, you stake your reputation on that. Betray a boon and everyone will know. And no one will ever deal with you again, so... If I announce to the Herald of the city, in this case a woman named Gwendolyn, I believe, I think I can get hold of her, that you are owed a minor boon by the kindred Walter Crimson, then that will become record. And then you know that you can call upon it at any time of your choosing, so long as we agree upon what constitutes minor. And I would say it is minor, after all. It's only a small trinket.
Well, knowledge is power, as they say.
The agreement is not binding until your task is complete.
So, what you're saying is, if I walk away with this seemingly priceless Fabergé egg, you will not mind if I don't do anything with it?
The agreement is not binding, and your reputation in the eyes of kindred society is not affected. What I will do to you if you betray me, well...
Do you consider it betrayal if it's inaction?
If you do not do this thing, then I would want the egg back. That'll wipe it clean. No reward, no gruesome fiery death.
I see.
The decision is
keep it in
yours. If we
mind.
make no deal tonight, then I will find someone else.
I can hold on to it and see if the right opportunity arises.
Perfect. I think this is the beginning of a beautiful relationship. Now, I do believe I've learned... Well, not enough to satisfy me, since I am never that. But you've provided me with information. I've provided you with information. Keep the number. You will be able to contact Salim whenever you wish for us to do business. And if you ever have any business you think I could assist you with, then I would be more than happy to make a deal.
I'll keep that in mind.
Good. If that is all, I have a busy night.
Very well.
Puts his hat on. And he walks off in the direction where you can kind of barely make out his bodyguard, who's just kind of always hovering a minute or so's walk away. And they vanish into the night. And you are alone at the desk again. And you can make another roll for Auspex and Wits if you want to sit there and contemplate.
Well, I guess I can take a minute.
It's up to you. You can get up and walk away if you want. Nope.
Too late.
Success is 2 again. That will also work. As you stare at this egg or stone, whatever it is, it's more of a stone, but it's egg-shaped, and you think about what you've agreed to and who you've agreed to it with, you get the feeling that it's the same song as before, but it's a different part of it. It's more towards the end. It's very hectic, and it's the same line over and over again, and it's a little on the nose and obvious if you do say so yourself. It's sign with the devil, sign with the devil, sign with the devil, oh Lord. It repeats itself for a while, and you wonder about the man you've just been talking to.
Well, Noulai, after that moment of pondering, Noulai gets up. I assume the egg is pocket-sized.
Yeah, it's a bit awkward. It's very bulky. It looks, depending on where you put it, it could look very weird indeed. But you know, it fits. You can walk around with it.
Well, Noulai tries his best to fit it in his pocket, any pocket that he considers this largest.
I won't make you roll for that. That seems a bit pedantic. All right. So your driver went home. Do you walk your way back to the mansion, or do you call someone? What's your plan?
I think Noulai will take a nice quiet stroll through the town.
Okay. Well, I mean, it'll
And
take you
walk
hours
back
to
to
get
the
to the mansion, but you can have a walk around the city to think and. Or you could walk
I
to
didn't
the
realize
mansion if
it
you
was
want.
that long.
No, not, maybe an hour.
An hour is fine. An hour walk.
Yeah, it's not going to take you until the sun comes up and you burn. All right. So yeah, it's a city at night. You walk across various people in various states of drinking and merriment that don't necessarily call out to you in any way. But eventually, as you're walking past a side alley, you hear scuffling, and you hear a fellow panting and just sort of screaming. He's like, "Please, just stop, I'll get it. I will. He looks at you like he sounds really not good. Do you keep going?
No. Noulai... I know there's probably some deep temptation where I just wanted to keep going, but Noulai takes to heart what he discussed with the prince earlier,
Yeah.
and decides that this looks like a job for the new, reformed, helpful Noulai who wants to make the world a better place.
Well, under the screaming and the panting of the dude who just can't get a sentence together, who you see is up against the wall, like hands just freaked out, you see another man, hoodie, your typical street mugger outfit. He's wearing the uniform, and he's got a knife, and he's menacing the guy with the knife, and he's basically, your wallet, give me your fucking money, just stop fucking panicking and give me your fucking money, or I'll give you something to panic about.
Noulai yells. Noulai looks down and yells, or looks down the alley and yells at the man. Hey! You!
What the fuck? Oh, you made a big fucking
Noulai
mistake,
stares.
pal.
Noulai, can I get an eye contact with the thug?
He turns to look at you and points the knife as he's saying you made a big fucking mistake, and you can make eye contact in that moment, but do it quick.
Yeah, Noulai takes eye contact and wants to mesmerize the person, saying,
Right.
Go home and
Okay.
stay there.
This is a rouse check. It is a mortal who has, let's say, not the strongest of minds, so I'm not going to make you roll to make it work on him. But it is a rouse check. See if your hunger will go up. Okay. Your hunger becomes 2, though. Depending on whether you have to roll again in this little vignette, you may not need to note that just because we're time skipping this session. But your hunger does go up, and you feel it. You feel the beast that you have sort of had an inkling of in the back of your mind since that day or that evening that your life ended and another one began. And you're looking at this street tough, and you're thinking, he doesn't deserve that blood. Keeping his stupid asshole mugging heart beating. That blood would be wonderful. In my system, I could do a lot of good with it. And here's him, using it to move his arms and legs around. What does he do? Messes with people. Piece of shit. But you can shake that off as you, again, repeat your command.
Go home and stay there.
I don't want to sell you death sticks. No. Yeah, he doesn't drop the knife. He doesn't look any less threatening. He's like, and then he just walks with the knife out. You didn't tell him to go fast, so he's just kind of shuffling, but like it takes him a while to remember that he should put the knife down because he's not threatening anybody, and as you see him go off, he's sort of... Anyway. So anyway, the terrified man. He's gone. He's gone?
Yeah.
What?
Yeah. The guy learned not to mess with me.
Okay.
Come on.
You're not gonna...
Get out there.
You're not gonna... We're okay? Okay.
Noulai offers his hand towards him, and whether he's sitting down or just leaning back against the wall, he tries to calm him down with a physical gesture.
Okay. The dude takes your arm. He's shaking. He's very winded and out of breath. More so than I really want to do the acting for the intensity level, because like it sucks. But if there's one thing that's really hard to do, it's acting out of breath. That makes you legitimately out of breath. So I'm not going to do that. But he is really like not so full on hyperventilating. He might have gotten there, but he calms, and when he can talk steadily, he introduces himself as Daniel and thanks you for saving his life. Like, man, I don't know what you did or why you did that, but thank you.
It's nothing. Just stay out of trouble.
Please, let's. I have to repay you, sir. Can I buy you a drink or something? Just anything.
Noulai is about to refuse, and just says, "It's honestly, it's nothing." As he turns his gaze towards the man, making eye contact. So not enforcing any powers, but just actually looking at his face properly. He just tries to be a little more dominant there and say that seriously, it's fine.
Okay.
But yeah,
you sort of notice that he has like a gnarly scar on his face. He is not. He looks like he's been through a lot, which resonates with you a little.
And when Noulai notices the scar, he just sort of pauses himself. He brings his own hand slowly to his own face, and behind this carefully groomed tuft of hair, he feels on the corner of his eye, he feels his own scar, and it's as if like touching some sort of a magic touchstone. Not quite literally, but it's like he's being reminded.
Yeah.
Like memories almost flood to him. Any little memories that he can barely grasp. But he does feel some sort of a relation, and he takes back and says, I could use a drink, actually.
Huh. He's happy to hear that and leads you off, and we'll abstract this in the interest of time. But you guys sort of... he opens up a little bit, and you don't obviously tell him about your taste in booze. I imagine you do the blush of life and just kind of pretend with the drinking, which will gloss over a little as well.
Yeah.
But yeah, you feel a kind of connection, a sort of groundedness from it. Once again, helping through the trauma that you've had over the last few nights, to just get reminded of a human with human concerns and the troubles that he is going through. His childhood was of a similar garbageness to your own, and he's a person who doesn't feel like he has any power at all. And that instance today was very much another example of that. That feels like his lot in life. He just gets tossed around and thrown around, and people aren't usually kind to him, and he's just staggeringly grateful and would like to be your friend. Yeah.
Noulai almost happily accepts, not showing much visible happiness, but he smiles and is happy to accept him as a friend.
Okay. I imagine contact details and all that happen, and you head home feeling very mixed, because on one hand you have an object that you could potentially betray the prince with, and on the other hand, you've had a lot of good moments tonight. Well, no, because the conversation with Juliet was a few days ago, but you've had a mixed bag. It's an odd night. But I think we can leave Noulai there for now. That's right. Yeah. Flynn.
Yes?
Further along in the week, maybe a few days after all this stuff happens, Noulai, you are at your own home. Nothing much is happening in the life of Flynn when a knock is on your door, which is not completely suspicious. There's a few different people who might knock on your door, but do you answer, or do you stare through a peephole first?
I'll peephole it, I think.
Okay. You see the stern, focused face of Salim, who you have seen before. You know that he is Crimson's bodyguard and messenger and administrator, and just the dude who will talk to you when Crimson doesn't.
I open the door.
Okay.
With a smile.
Miss Flynn, get straight into business. Our employer has a task for you. Written on this paper, holds up a paper, are 2 addresses. You will travel to the first, and you will find a car there. You will deliver that car to the second address. You will not open or investigate the trunk. Good evening. Now, you have a poster in your house. Can he see it from the door?
Oh, yes.
He can see it?
Yeah.
As he says good evening, he stops. What is that? He
What is
pushes
what?
past you and enters your house. What is this? Why is this on your wall?
It's a memento of a recent job I did. Don't you like it?
Does our employer know about this?
I mean, does anybody ever know how much he knows about things?
You know I am obligated to inform him of the curious things I find.
Of course. I'm not hiding this.
He would not be pleased with this.
Oh.
I do not recommend you keep it around.
Then we'll just sort of deflate a bit and give a bit of a solemn nod.
He values you. Don't let it change. And he leaves.
Flynn immediately takes the poster down and sort of just shoves it under the sofa.
Okay. Cool. You have a task. You look at the... You know that he means do this tonight. Do this as soon as you can.
Yeah.
You see the 2 addresses. They are far enough away that walking sucks, so you have effectively 2 choices. You can arrange transportation to the first address, or public transport, or walk. Or you can take your bike there, but you can't be certain as to whether you'll be able to, take the bike with the car. So there's a chance that you might have to leave your bike at address 1 and go to address 2 in the car.
I think public transport, then walk from the bus stop or something like that.
Okay, we can skip that. It's not that interesting, but...
No. Unless I snap and eat everyone on the bus.
Roll for resist... No. It's tempting. But nonetheless, okay. You arrive. Very little incident. The car is there. It is a deserted roadside, but it's almost... It's not quite out of the city, but it's in a very sort of leafy kind of out of the way area where there's like the closest house is a ways away. This car is it's like one of those hill areas where, you know, the incline is too much for any residents. That makes more sense. So the walk to get there from the bus stop is annoying because it's up a hill, but you get there. And you see this car. It's, you know, a nondescript little green car with a boot. And the closer you get, you start to hear... from the trunk.
She pauses. I mean, this is a bit odd, but, you know, she's been asked to do it. She's asked not to open the trunk. But she really wants to. And, I mean, it was only Salim that asked her. It wasn't like it was him. Maybe just a little look. Maybe just a... Hey, she could do her job better if she knew what she was doing. You know?
This will require a roll of resistance. Can I... Give me a second to... Unless you happen to remember what the,
No, I don't.
Specific... Okay, so for those who did not see session 1, in which Flynn encountered Crimson, Flynn unfortunately has this small issue of drinking Crimson's blood on occasion, which has some effects upon the mind. To attempt something against their regnant's wishes, resolve plus intelligence. That's the roll.
So I have a thing too, don't I? Bond resistance, my advantage.
I will give you a +1 modifier due to traits. Yes.
All right. So what was it? Intelligence and
resolve.
Yeah.
So it's should be 6 dice in total.
Oh, I was looking for resolve down in skills because I'm an idiot.
No. They're both traits.
Yeah.
Two successes to a bond strength of, I believe, 4. Your hand sort of reaches for the trunk, and then you just feel force. You just feel him. You feel him staring at you, and you stop. And it makes you feel bad, and you hear a voice in your head. And it's not his voice. It's a different voice. You know which voice it is. And it's just laughing at you. Just laughing at you. Laughing at your failure.
Shut up!
Doesn't say anything, just laughs at you.
She's when Flynn says shut up, she says it loud enough that anyone in the trunk could probably hear it too. She'll when the hand that was reaching out for the trunk, like to open it, to pop it, will move, and she'll just thump the top of it and then just walk around to the driver's seat.
It's not very loud, mind you. Like it's muffled enough that, like, sure, if you were to drive past a person and stop the car, they'd hear it. But you were very close. Like, you were at the car by the time you heard it, so it's not going to be a disturbance.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
You don't feel at odds between I'm not supposed to open the trunk versus if I don't and I don't knock this guy out, I will get arrested. It's not going to happen.
Yeah. No, the shut up was to the voice in her head too.
I know, yeah, but he did react. He was louder because he heard a person, and that was scary. Or she, I don't know. There's someone in there.
Yeah. Flynn's just gonna get in the car.
Okay.
She feels guilty. She now wants to like finish this job the best she can.
Drive to the second destination.
Yeah.
I'm gonna be merciful and say that you're not gonna get humanity stains on this. Reason 1 is because, like, you suffered enough 2 sessions ago, but reason 2 is that blood bond is kind of like your personality is enough such that you feel guilty, but you also kind of feel like you couldn't if you tried, and so because of that, you don't feel like the obligation is enough to lead to the horribleness, you know?
Thank you.
You can handle this one. Because, if it was a bunch of horribly failed rolls, I'd do it, but I sort of gave this situation to you, so, you know, I'll be very nice. The second destination as you pull up is a small yet a stylish two-story house, still in the sort of hillish, richer neighborhood. It's not that far away. It's got a garage that, as you pull up, opens invitingly.
I'll drive in there.
Okay. Get out of the vehicle. The garage door is not closing. Do you head out or do you wait?
I'm gonna lean against the car and wait.
Okay. A little bit of time goes by there, but eventually you hear the front door open, and then someone shuffling around to meet you, unless you head to meet them.
I'll wait for them.
Okay. The person who heads around the corner, you have seen her before. It is Gwendolyn, the Herald of the Camarilla. And she still has her makeup done super well, her hair done, and she's wearing a nicer dress. Not as nice as when you first met her, but, you know, similarly just very, very vain, kind of, you know. Hold up. And she smiles. She says, "The Uber Eats is here."
Oh my god.
Flynn will sort of give her a wry smile and say, "I hope you give me a good review." And she'll throw her the keys.
Oh, I am sure that very kind words will be said, my dear. I do apologize. I was unfairly rude to you in our first meeting. I did not realize that we shared such powerful friends. I must ask, I must wonder, would you be a loyalist, a believer, or is it that he has something on you?
Oh, I'm loyal.
As are we all. Well, it is customary to tip the Uber driver, I believe. But what is money to we of the night? So, allow me to make an offer to you. Fairly simple. I can, in the spirit of our mutual acquaintance and the skills that he values, I can offer you something now that you can take with you and that will be of aid in times of danger and violence. Something you can drink that will prevent a certain degree of harm from coming to you, or something else you can drink which will speed your ability to remove said wounds that you may encounter. Alternatively, as a more ongoing thing, and this is a little bit, well, you see, it's not done. I'm not supposed to do this. But, being that we share a friend, my talents, the talents of my clan, they can be taught.
What sort of talents would they be? Specifically.
She looks around at something in her garage. Ah, this will do nicely. She grabs like just a discarded box that's empty, just rubbish. She holds out her hand, places her arm over this box, and then she just slices with a long fingernail her wrist. Just a little bit. And blood drips out. Actually, hang on, let me just double check that I'm doing this right. What? That should have worked. Hang on.
No problem. Gives me time to consider my answer.
Yeah. Yeah. The blood spills, lands on this cardboard box or whatever it's made of. And you hear and smoke. And the blood is burning this material. It is melting and sizzling and just... it is a wreck. Her blood's not supposed to do that. Hers did. turns to you and says, "This is one of the simplest of our arts, but it can be a gateway into more interesting things, such as the creation of potions and useful objects. The art of blood sorcery is limitless, and while I, of course, would caution you that you will never be a Tremere, our associations are enough that I would be willing to give you some advantages that people would not expect you to have."
I mean, I'll always take anything that can help me in a tight spot. The first two things that you offered seem useful, but the last seems like it certainly outweighs the others.
It will take a lot of time and a lot of hard work. This talent of mine is not something that your blood responds well to, but any kindred can learn anything they wish, if they try. At this level, I will help you with what I just demonstrated without necessarily asking much in return, but if we do go further, then we will have to talk. But my meal awaits.
Of
You are
course.
dismissed, Miss Flynn.
Flynn turns around and she walks off, and
The
once she
garage
sort
door
of
automatically shuts as you are out clear of it.
once she's sort of maybe around the corner, like at least out of sight, she just sort of drops to the ground as she's breathing hard, even though she doesn't really need to. She's hating what she just did.
Yeah.
Like, she held it together when talking to Gwendolyn, like playing the part, but she hates it.
You have some suspicion as to what that was about. I mean, she told you, but like, your last conversation with Crimson, he mentioned a certain kind of business.
Yeah. That certainly clashes with Flynn's ideals right there.
It does, and if it was not Blood Bond compelled, like if you had passed that Blood Bond resist roll and still chosen to do this, you would be getting stains right now. But by virtue of the fact that you had no choice, I will allow Flynn to suffer the roleplay consequences without suffering the game mechanic consequences.
Yeah. Sounds fair.
Yeah, I think that's kind of why. Alright, that would be where we leave Flynn for now, unless there's something desperate that you would do that night.
No.
Okay.
Unless there's any volunteering on that Agatha had gotten back to her with, then no.
I mean, that would be something that is sort of being arranged. There's a position where, like a couple nights a week, you could start to do some crappy work that feels good, and you feel like if you keep doing that often enough, the burdens on your soul will lighten a little, but it's going to take a lot of work because you have a lot to pay for.
Mm-hmm.
So you do start to do that, but it's a sort of mundane thing that we won't necessarily make scenes out of. But yes, if, like, to use game mechanic terms, you're looking to reclaim lost humanity, you can accomplish that, probably given a few in-game months of time.
Alright. Thank you. Then I'll just go home then.
Yeah, and between sessions we can also figure out the mechanics of the teaching, such as everybody else's teaching. Although, yeah, yours it will be harder to learn that stuff just because it costs more EXP for non-clan stuff, but I don't know, it seemed fun, so I thought I'd make the offer and see if you took it.
I like it.
Cool. No. Alright, so a couple of other littler things. Katia, you have a specific method of feeding. It's not the most clean and polite, if you don't mind my saying. If you would describe how you get your food to the class.
Usually an ambush alley of some sort. For some reason, I tend to frighten people.
So the thing that Noulai saved a dude from, you kind of do yourself, but you're not taking money.
Mm-hmm.
Awesome stuff. Very moral. Well done. Let me get a music change. Let's go with this one. So the reason I bring this up is because something interesting happens on one of your regular feeds. It's the actual feeding itself. Nothing special. You find a suitable individual, scare the hell out of them, make them think that you want their money, and then as they are sort of rummaging around and reaching for a wallet, that's when you kind of go for the neck or the wrist or wherever. You drink, and the thing about feeding is that they sort of bliss out, and they just don't, like, if you then close the wound, they don't really know that has happened to them, at least not in my version of this, because I can't be bothered with it being too obvious. So yeah, you feed and you close the wound, and they are dazed. And at this point, do you leave them or do you knock them out?
Well, let me ask a logistical question. Would it likely cause me any problems if I just left them?
No, because either way, like, do you cover your face when you're not fighting?
Certainly.
Okay, yeah. They're gonna know that they got mugged. They're gonna be confused because their wallet's not missing unless you take it. Do you take it for appearances?
I suppose I could take a few bucks to sort of complete the fiction of what it was all about.
Yeah, okay. So they will come to and they will be upset that they got mugged. They won't understand how you managed to get away that fast, and they won't be able to identify you. You are old enough to have practiced this down to an exact safe science. You know exactly how to do it. You do it every time the same way. So this is fine. The person is dazed. You're turning to walk away. And let's just give you a wits and awareness roll. Start with awareness, and then you can click wits, because otherwise it won't give you the option to click awareness if you start with wits. Two successes. Nothing's up for now. You begin to walk away. You're not quite out of the alley when suddenly a trash can is kicked. A trash can that didn't have anybody next to it. As it is kicked, however, a person flashes into existence along with a "Oh fuck!" It is not someone you recognize. They look at you for like a split second, but their reaction time is pretty good, because after that, do you chase?
Absolutely.
Unsa-fucking-prizing. Alright, you don't have any sort of celerity or vampiric help for this situation, do you?
I do have Celerity 1, but the power of it, my understanding, is more about dodging incoming than
rapid
moving
reflexes,
faster.
which is reactionary, and you can move fast in reaction to stuff. What that means is I will give you a +1 modifier to the check only because your rapid reflexes let you chase him the second he moves, rather than having to register what. Oh! So you don't have that. So it does help you, worth pointing out. So I imagine it's... What's your plan? Crash tackle?
Absolutely.
Okay, we'll say it's Dex and Athletics because you do have to catch up with him first, but there'll be an additional roll to see how the tackle goes if you get the option. So,
Dex and Athletics, here we go.
Dex and Athletics. Success is 2. That's not a lot, but you can take a leap at him right before you feel as though he's going to break off ahead of you, but it is a hard roll. It is, we'll say Dex and Brawl because it's an agile movement, which you'd rather strength, I know, but sorry. Oh, that's actually a good point. At the end of the alley that he's running. Where's Pasha when you do this shit?
I would almost definitely leave him home because I don't
Okay.
need to have a constant of these incidents that anyone might be able to string together as a pattern.
Dog might have helped there, but fair enough. The fair call, though. Yeah. Okay. So yeah, brawl dex with. You're gonna have to do that with a. Yeah, I'll just say a -1 for the not so good previous roll.
Now remind me, it's a rouse check if we want to do the blood surge to
Yes.
increase by 2?
Yes.
Okay. I'll give that a shot to offset the penalty.
Perfect.
So rouse first.
Oh, wrong button. I just made the background go away. That's funny. Your hunger goes up, and your beast is like, get him, get him, get him, get him. He was looking at us. He was spying at us. How fucking dare he?
Okay, so brawl plus dex plus, it's gonna be +1.
It'll be
'cause there's a
+1 with
-1
the
plus
maths.
2.
Yes, yes, very good. Success is 4. Okay. You do not get the excellent, satisfying crash tackle to the ground because of the distance between you, but what you do is you grab him by the legs, and you're stretched out, and you're strong enough, you're holding him, but strength plus brawl roll now to sort of yank him towards you so that you can then pin him. He can still have a chance to get away, but it's one more roll. This one's opposed because you're actively grappling him. So let me get my hidden rolls here to figure out what we got. Okay. Did you do it? Yes? 3 successes. That beats his 2. Okay. Solid grab. He is pulled down, and you sort of get over him and can pin him, and he'll struggle a bit, but you've got him. You can. Turning him over would be a thing that might give him a chance to get away, so you can question him while he is face down. Would be the smarter.
Yeah, we'll do the arms pin behind back, keep him from getting away. And
That's the way.
first off, who are you?
My name's Steve.
Okay, can I do the animalism sense beast thing while I'm pinning him?
Sense
or is
the
that...
beast, find out if he's a kindred. Okay, so you can. However, I would suggest that the fact that you saw him appear out of thin air is a bit of an indicator. Well, maybe. Ghouls do get powers. Never mind, it's worth it. You'd know that. I don't think Sense the Beast is a... Oh, I know it's a level 1 power, so it's free. Do you... Hang on. As we use these more, I will figure it out. It is Resolve plus Animalism versus their Composure and Subterfuge. Okay, so it is an opposed roll there. So yeah, your Resolve plus your Animalism. I believe you have, next to Sense the Beast, you have a preset for that. That's not great. Not great. Okay. If he gets 0 successes or 1 success and it ties, I won't give you the bestial failure. How many rolls does he have for Composure and Subterfuge? He's not that clever, so let's... We'll say he has 4. 4d10. 3, 3, 10, 4. Fuck. Alright, he got 1 success, which is a tie, which means I will call that a wash and say that you don't suffer consequences, but you don't get any information either.
Fair enough. Could have been worse.
Could have been a lot worse.
Okay.
Yeah, you might end up killing him with that. But yeah, your logic dictates he's either a kindred or a ghoul. And if he's a ghoul, then his one ability is stealth.
Okay,
he says
well,
his name is Steve.
I will just... Next question. What are you?
I'm a spy, obviously.
For who?
Did you twist? Did you put the pressure on? West Bank! West Bank, boys! They want...
West Bank boys. Go on.
They want to know. We want to... Why? What were you doing in our turf last week?
Your turf.
The West Bank. Obviously. Ow! I assume that you hurt him when he's a smartass. Yeah.
How many of you are there?
Enough.
Alright, I don't have all night. Who's your leader?
It's Derek. His name's Derek.
Just Derek?
Yeah.
What does he look like? What can he do?
He tells you that Derek is a tall, imposing guy, and that he's strong, and that he is probably going to beat the shit out of him when he gets home.
Well, then I won't do his work for him. I guess I'll let him scurry on. I got the basics.
Okay. Now that he's... Okay, interesting. I won't say. If you let him go, he's not stopping for nothing. He's...
I would like, before he goes, I'd like to get his wallet out and check a full name, if he's got one on him.
Okay. There is an ID. It has a face that looks kind of like his. Stephen. I don't know, Fredrickson. It's just a basic, very boring surname that the GM didn't prepare in advance. It has a birth date that sort of roughly matches up with how old he looks, and it seems authentic to you, but you are not an expert.
Okay.
But you have
There's
that.
probably more I could ask, but it's not... Brain's not popping at the moment.
Fair enough.
He doesn't seem like a threat. I know where he's going. It's good enough for
with
now.
your training and background, you are wondering as to why he was... I mean, it could just be because he was weak, but he was very happy to just tell you whatever. So that means either he's not very loyal, his dude's not very scary, or he was bullshitting. You don't know. You feel like he might have been telling the truth. He definitely was in a lot of pain, but since we didn't do any checks of that nature, I can't give you a yes or a no. Just that Katia would
Not
be
my foremost
wise
skills
enough,
anyway.
wise enough to think this is information that might be right. We don't know.
Fair enough.
So that was your evening. That was fun. But you let him go. All right, that's cool. Do you report this, Mikhail, Juliet, anybody?
Absolutely. When I get a minute, I'll pass the info on to Mikhail.
Okay. He arranges a meetup because he doesn't like to talk business on the phone because he's not an idiot. And at that meetup, you tell him. I assume you don't leave anything out.
I'll tell him everything I know.
He's curious. West Bank boys. Well, that is fucking good. That is some names. Derek and Stephen Fredrickson. You sure it's not the West Bank Boars? Because those are some fucking boring names. My bullshitometer
Could
is
be.
going warp warp. Anyway, it is a start. I cannot say that I have learned anything new about this particular group, but apparently the Princess Kid thought that you were being watched. Did you get that impression when you were at the warehouse? Did you get the impression of being watched? You didn't.
No, but he asked, what were we doing in their turf?
Yes.
So someone saw us.
If they saw you carrying a body out of the warehouse, well, that'll be fun. Keep an eye out. Tell the rest of your... Well, I can as well. they will keep an eye out, and maybe we will find these spies. Maybe if we can...
I will act under the assumption we're being watched.
I understand that it is perhaps not discreet to take a captive out of an alley. He might have screamed his head off, so I understand the impetus for letting him go, but perhaps we should think about some ways to keep them in our custody if they resurface. We could have lovely conversations. Nonetheless, you did well, you did well. Thank you again, Katya. Alright. Unless further questions, Mikhail leaves that there. Now, Joanne,
Yes.
at some point in your 2 weeks, you receive a phone call from someone that you don't talk to nearly enough anymore, but someone that was very important to you in your human-y life, back when you breathed and learned and went to places like university. Quite possibly the best friend you had from those days, Amy, who you trust implicitly and would do anything for, and have probably sort of been maybe unconsciously avoiding a little bit on account of what happened to you, and Juliet's warnings about how dangerous it is for people to know. So to get the phone call is, you know, not entirely unexpected, but a little worrying. And unlike the vampires, has no issue with discussing anything that she feels like over the phone. She's like, Joanne, it's good to see you again. I mean, hear you. Where have you been?
Well, you know, a big project I was working on, you know, it's kept me pretty busy.
I heard it got pretty intense.
Launch has been delayed.
Oh. Well, I mean, I'm sure you're gonna smash it.
I'm sorry, I know I fell off the face of the earth there. You know how I get with the stress and stuff.
Hey, I do. That's why I was giving you your space. But I hope that we can meet up soon. Do you want to maybe get some coffee or some drinks? Or, I mean, there's something I want to ask you, but, like... Do you have, like... We can talk about it here now, but if you've got the time, and I'd like to see
I
you.
mean, I do have a lot of work, but I have missed you.
Yeah.
Cocktails?
Absolutely. Okay, well, we can abstract. You guys have your haunts, and you know a place, and the following evening or that evening, you all go out. And so, you're with Amy. And you catch up,
Cool.
and Amy has a lot to tell you about life and her work and her dating, and you reciprocate with stories that I imagine some of which are true and others are made up to cover the fact that you're a vampire and are living with a mysterious rich woman in the hills.
Yes. You know, other than I'm working myself to literal death, occasionally I read a fun article, so it wouldn't be untowards for me to be some sort like a bit hermit-like, because that was always my vibe anyway.
Where she stops the casual chat is where she says, look, I don't know, it's really weird, and I hope that it is not a problem. Maybe it's because, you know, your work gets some attention. There's this guy. And he's been around. I've sort of seen him looking at me, but he approached me a couple days ago, and he was asking questions about you. He said that we shared a class together, the three of us. And we shared a class with a lot of people, so, like, I didn't want to be rude, so I was like, yeah, sure, of course we did. But I have no fucking idea who he was, and I was kind of getting a little bit of the wrong vibe. He wanted to know what you were doing with yourself, like, where you were, you know, staying. I mean, you have an apartment, I assume you're staying there. But how your life was going, whether you were doing okay. I don't know, I didn't like it. I thought you should know.
I definitely perk up at this, and I'm like, he actively, like, what did he, where did he find you? How did he?
I don't know. Like, it's, you know, I went along with his story that we went to uni together. I mean, I'm not gonna tell a guy like that to his face that he's lying. I didn't feel too safe about it, you know.
always be safe. Be careful.
He was
Never
asking
be
about
too careful.
a person. Someone that I don't know, but she gives a
What did he
description.
look like?
She gives a description that this person had given her, and to your mind, it's a mostly accurate description of Noulai. And apparently,
Interesting.
this guy said that he'd seen that guy around you and wanted to get back in touch with both of you.
Okay. This is just sounding weirder and weirder by the second. Did he, like, give you a phone number or something?
That's what's weird. He fucking didn't. Like, he wanted. Like, when I didn't have anything to really tell him. I mean, I knew a bit more than I actually told him. I told him I hadn't seen you in a while. I told him that I'm pretty sure you lived now where you lived back then. Which
Yeah.
I don't think is actually true, which is why I said it. I guess I didn't give him what he wanted, and so he left. I don't know. I'm sorry.
No, actually, I'm glad that you handled it the way you did. That was
Good.
Obviously, you can't be too careful.
Yeah.
I haven't been home in a while. I've just, I've been working with a mentor, so we spend a lot of time together. So I don't feel unsafe. But this is pretty unsettling. Are you
Weird,
sure?
yeah.
Like, are you safe? You don't know where you live, right?
Everything came out of his mouth after introducing himself and I think pretending that I knew him was about you. I'm just worried about you, honestly.
Well,
I haven't seen him
Thank you,
since he
but-
talked to me. I mean, he was lurking around a bit before, but
if you see him again, you call me immediately. It doesn't matter
Yeah.
what time of the day or the night.
she describes the person, and if there's nothing else, I'd say the conversation sort of goes off of that unsettling track, and moves back to more casual things that we can
Cool.
skip through. So you have this description of this person that was asking questions.
Yes.
Just to sort of abstract the conveyance of knowledge a little bit, when you get that story to Juliet and the Camarilla kind of talks together and the coterie talks together, it is eventually realized that the person that Amy described is the person who Katia recently had an encounter with.
Uh-huh.
The description
Okay,
Amy
so it
gave
was the
matches
spy.
what Katia saw. Yeah. So you guys, I'd say that all of you would be kept in the loop as to these two encounters and what happened, and are aware, basically, that the people, the kindred who live near that warehouse, are interested in y'all as a unit. Or at least interested in Katia, Joanne, and Noulai. If they're interested in Flynn too, well, there's no direct evidence of that, but probably. Now,
Flynn, you're next.
looking towards the, say, last few days of our time skip, there's a few loose ends. Noulai, what do you do with the egg?
Just hold on tight to it, like not exactly like flaunting it or anything. Just keep it in my room.
But you don't hide that you
not-
exist. Do you hide that you have it?
I keep it like I keep it in like a drawer or something, somewhere where I can assume that nobody is gonna look into.
Do you make any attempt to make the switch? In your many days in the mansion.
Considering it, but if I were to make any sort of attempt, like probably not. No,
Okay.
like just holding on to it for now and thinking about it, like not bringing it up with Juliet specifically. Maybe trying to prod a little more info out of Juliet in general, but without trying too hard to like push anything.
Would you mention like talismans and magic stuff, or do you mention the idea of this stone or egg thing to her?
Probably like the talismans. Like I would be more curious about these sort of like talismans and mythical powers of
Ask her
artifacts.
whether she has anything like that, would you?
Maybe
So-
thought in that direction. Like, do you know
Okay.
anything like this?
Well, we can abstract that as kind of a casual persuasion roll, charisma persuasion, to see how much Juliet opens up to you on the topic.
Do I get any sort of any extras on that?
Well, you're not going to dominate the prince. I mean, you can, but good luck. And you don't have presence powers, which would be the source of
But what about
charisma
like
boosts.
social, like from
Ah, yes.
like that
What's,
sort of
what's that of yours again? Oh,
High
right,
functioning.
because you're beautiful. Because you have
Well,
the stunning merit plus 2 social dice when you are physically seen. True. All right, you get 2 extra.
And high functioning addict, because you can assume that in Juliet's mansion I have.
You can
access
calm
to
down, Mr.
smoking.
Min-Maxer. No, all right, fine. Yeah, all right. Plus 3 social dice. Just own the shit out of this roll. Charisma plus persuasion
Okay.
plus 3 modifier. I hate you. Well, would you look at that? That is a stupid amount of dice, but 5 successes is a lot. Juliet sees genuine, harmless interest, and she tells you that, yes, like, she has a few objects that she's acquired over the years, both from Gwendolyn and otherwise, that perform various little functions. She has a kind of, it's kind of a power receptacle that she can tap from. It's not got actual blood in it. It's just more of an idea of allowing her to use her powers for longer without getting hungrier. She doesn't understand how it works because she is not actually a mage, but she has a little like a jewel thing that lets her circumvent some of the weaknesses of the blood to a degree. But it has to recharge when she uses it. And she also talks about her meditation stone. She doesn't tell you where it is, which is not information you got from Crimson, but she says she has a meditation stone, which is a magical object that allows her to more intently explore the inner sort of mysteries of the world. She uses it to listen to the voice of the city. She uses it to try and find answers and truth, but it can be painful to use over time. But it is very helpful. That one she did get from Gwendolyn. Gwendolyn made
that. Noulai is curious about whether any of these artifacts have anything to do with her power of drawing the scenes that she has already handed a sketch of to me.
I don't tend to discuss where that particular, shall we say, skill comes from, but none of the items I described to you are responsible for it.
Fair enough.
You get the impression that she told you a great deal more than she would normally tell people, but
Just
she didn't,
discharging
obviously, she didn't turn into a transparent sheet, you know? But
Noulai is definitely getting more and more curious about, doing a little switcheroo.
do you reckon he would attempt it before the time skip is up, or would hold it and not do it just yet?
Probably wait until after the time skip.
Mentioning, of course, that after the time skip you're no longer living in her mansion. And it will perhaps
like
be...
looking for Yeah,
You'll have to, I guess,
looking for a visit.
sneak around. Like, there would be days in which you know that she is in a meeting away from her office, hosting a sort of function with a few less important kindred. There are times. There are times in which you could make this attempt before this session and this time skip ends. But if the answer is no, then we'll move on.
I'll take the last possible day that I can do
Okay.
it.
You will, obviously, this will involve some rolling. This will be a few checks, obviously. I'm going to say that it is a Dex stealth check to get into the office. It would be...
Okay.
Oh, we'll just do them in order. Just a quick Dex stealth check to not get seen by the servants as you go in. Two successes. As you approach the office, one of Prince's servants looks up at you and asks, Her Majesty is not in. I'm afraid she is entertaining guests at the moment.
Noulai just looks at him in the eye and just casually mentions that maybe you should just forget about this.
Okay. That's not a rouse check, actually.
No.
But it is a little bit limited in that he'll be dazed for a few seconds, so you got to just kind of sneak in and shut the door, and then he should forget that you were in the corridor and move on. I'm just going to make... So that this isn't just free success, I'm just going to make a quiet background roll for him to see whether there will be further issues for you. You got a good chance that it won't be. There won't be. Okay. He succeeded. I sort of went it against your stealth check. He succeeded twice, which isn't enough to break your 2 there, so you're fine. Okay, so you're in the office now. You know that you're supposed to move books, grab the thing, switch the thing. There is a bit of sound involved in that. So you need to be careful and lithe and quick with your fingers, which will be a Dex larceny test, which you have no dice in.
In that case, I will have to
Good blood surge it.
call for blood search.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay. Rouse check. Good lord. Your hunger is back at 2 since it's been enough time. You're fed. Your beast is kind of confused. Like, there's no one here. Why are we here? We can't eat, and there is no one to eat. The 2 hunger dice are the success. Right, so that's with the blood surge. Okay, you can spend a willpower to roll 2 of those, because I keep forgetting to prompt that. If you want to superficially damage a willpower, you can roll another 2d10. Just hit willpower reroll, pick 2.
WP reroll.
Yeah, pick 2 because 2 of them are success already. You don't want to reroll those or else you'll suffer. Okay. 3 successes. I will say that is just enough because you were taught exactly how to do this. Now, it is a similar Dex stealth roll to leave the office and get away, but you do now have Juliet's meditation stone, which looks identical, in your possession.
I have it in my possession now.
Yes, you do, and you can hide it the same way you hid the other one. So Dex stealth to get out. Get out alive.
Oh,
You can blood surge again if you feel the need.
yeah. I'll keep it at. I'll keep it at the current. Oh,
Will you indeed? Again, willpower. You got a little bit more willpower.
yeah.
Roll all 3 of them.
Yep.
Phew, okay. given that heroic recovery, I will say that nobody sees you exiting the prince's office, but you do walk past a servant on your way past the office, who looks at you and says the same thing that the other servant said. Oh, we're sorry, Her Majesty is not available right now if you were looking for her.
Oh, my bad. My bad.
You walk away?
Yeah,
Okay.
I walk back into my room.
Don't wipe his mind or anything? Too late now.
Nah.
Alright, you've made the swap, and you now have Juliet's meditation stone. Interesting.
I want to investigate it. I want to feel it. Like the first instinct that Noulai gets is putting his palm on it and seeing if it reacts any differently to the old one.
Doesn't do anything to react, no. But you can feel a sort of calm as you're holding it, especially when you put it in two hands. It's heavy. It's heavy enough that holding it in one hand is a little awkward, but it's okay. You feel a sense of... You feel like you could concentrate, and you feel like your mind is open and able to really think clearly if you keep focusing on this. But you're not thinking about much other than the stone itself right now, so it's not going further than that.
Yeah, well, I do want to like focus on whether I can hear a song or see anything.
Do you think about anything in particular? You've been given no instructions, so...
I think about Juliet.
Not Juliet. Okay. You think about Juliet and she comes into focus. You see her in your mind's eye. You don't think you're seeing her where she is, because in your head you're like, is this how she sees people? She told you it wasn't. You see her in your mind's eye, but you see her and you know that it's a figment.
Yeah.
But a song does pop into your head. One that seems a bit... It's not a style that you would think of for Juliet at all. You get the impression that it's just the sort of words that are... and it doesn't ultimately feel useful. It doesn't feel like insight. It just more feels like, well, duh, of course she is. And the song goes like this. In the land of the dead, heck boy ain't it grand, I'm the overlord of the underworld 'cause I hold horror's hand. In the land of the dead, I'm darkside royalty, I'm far renowned in the underground, and you can't take that away from me. No, you can't take that from me.
Well, that was an experience.
Yeah, it's louder than normal and clearer than normal.
Well, with that in mind, Noulai potentially has a list of people that he would like to go in order with, but do you really want to go through all of it, like, right here and now?
You can do two more without until you're... Well, actually, let's roll it because you haven't been prepared for this. Let's just roll your... It's more of an inner thing. Roll your composure and resolve, and we'll see if you can keep going or if your head already hurts too much. One. We'll say that means you can... Look, think about one more human being, or event, or whatever, because you were given no instructions. You don't know how successful it'll be, but you feel like if once you do that again, your head will just be like, oh god, this is hard, and you'll want to stop.
Noulai thinks and chooses Walter Crimson.
Right. As you feel him in your mind's eye, a song that someone has heard before here, in association with that guy, pops into your mind. When the fires have surrounded you, when the hounds of hell are coming after you. I've got blood. I've got blood on my name. When the fires are consuming you, and your sacred stars won't be guiding you. I've got blood. I've got blood. Blood on my name.
Well, that ain't any better. Noulai is
Cryptic.
conflicted. Noulai, on one hand, does not like the vibe that he got from thinking about Juliet, but neither is he very amused of the song that came into mind from Crimson. Noulai seeks out. Does Noulai have Mikhail's number?
I imagine the whole coterie does if they took it when he offered it.
Yeah. Noulai calls Mikhail.
Mysterious Boxman. To what do I owe the pleasure?
Well, technically my phone was still whatever.
Oh, still private? Okay, it's like, what the fuck
yeah,
is
well-
this, and how did you get this number?
Oh, it's
Mysterious
Noulai.
Boxman! To what do I owe the pleasure?
Can I meet you in private?
As anyone can. An arrangement is made, because thinking about the arrangements are boring, so you'll have your meetup. And what is on your mind?
Can you keep a secret?
How binding is this?
Well, just don't tell anyone I talk to you about this sort of a secret.
I am the sheriff of Shadeport. It is my job to enforce the rules for my prince.
Well, can't you... Well, if you can't make an exception for me, then I don't feel comfortable talking to you.
Ah, but now you have me curious, my friend!
So is it a deal?
Who is the person that you do not wish to know this fact?
The prince, Juliet.
My loyalties are written in the sand. Because of that, very sorry about this. And he just fucking grabs you by the head. He is about to do that sort of, like, hold knockout thing. Wait, God, would that even work on a vampire? Nah, he's just hitting you. He's hitting you in the head. You have an opposed dodge, or you can, like, try and push back. How would you like to respond to this attempt to knock you out by blunt force head trauma?
Dodge.
Dodge. Okay, so that's Dex Athletics versus Mikhail's not small strength pool.
Well, I mean, not really gonna work out, but hey.
Okay. He's just using his hands, but let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, you're getting hit. 103 plus the damage value you have. It would be... It's a blow intended to incapacitate you, but with the way the whole health tracker in this game works, like... And you are a vampire. You are knocked to the floor, your head is very sore, and you have taken 3 superficial damage. That is the halved. Because Mikhail is rather strong, and he has a lot more dice than your... Wait, why does that say composure? I mean... That's more that's more dice than you should have had, I think.
Really?
Why is the second composure?
You're looking at the wrong one.
Oh, is that one you've already done? Oh, shit. Here we are. Athletics successes 2. Okay. That's 1 less damage for you, but you're still on the floor and you're still very dazed, and he's looking down at you and he's saying, "This can continue, or you can come with me and we can discuss things."
Well, you make a compelling argument.
I do.
But I still wish that you reconsider. I can't make you reconsider as
Certainly
your
not.
argument clear. But I beg of you. I am already on the ground here. I beg of you.
Whatever you have
Please
done, my
consider.
prince is merciful and wise. Honesty is wonderful. You come with me now, and I will tell you tell her how honest you have been, and I will not call attention to the concussion.
Very well.
You are led, not gently, to Juliet. There is some waiting in which Mikhail is very much watching you. Joanne, Katia, you guys might be in the mansion and aware of some hubbub. We could maybe do some awareness checks to see if you can see what's happening. If you all feel like
Yes,
you
please.
care. This would be... Let's say you had to be wits and awareness. Just sort of react to the... Oh, that's happening.
It's an awareness.
Katia, you don't know that this is happening. Neither does Pasha.
So I have to roll from awareness with wits as the
Yes.
attribute.
Should be 5 dice for you. Successes 3. Yeah, you catch wind of the hubbub and can bring yourself to the waiting room where Mikhail and Noulai are
Yes.
waiting for the prince. But you arrive at roughly the same time that the prince appears and beckons you into the office, and she doesn't necessarily beckon to you, Joanne, but you're able to just follow and no one stops you.
Cool.
Joanne is
cool.
in-
I mean, I'm in for the ride here. Like, I want to know what's going down.
Okay. What is this? Why are you
God.
manhandling my guest? Mikhail grins. That's the fun thing. I don't actually fucking know. He approached me, said that he would like me to keep a secret, which is a fun start to a conversation, I must say. Very, spine tingling. But he seemed cagey, hesitant. I asked who he wanted to not know about this, and unfortunately he named the one person to whom I have absolutely no ability to ever compromise for, Your Majesty. He seems to want something hidden from you, and given that I am the lawfully appointed person who takes care of people who do bad things to you, well, I mean, he was honest. He gave up quick. I told him that I would be a little less direct about exactly how he went about it, and I would say nice things about him in order to get him in this room, but now that he is in this room, well, you are my prince. What did you do, friend?
Well, first of all, why so many eyes? Can we, like, I guess I'm not in a position to argue about that anymore.
I didn't bring her here, he points at Joanne. They have ears.
No,
Well,
you
no.
didn't.
Juliet is staring at Noulai. You will speak.
Well, Noulai pulls a stone out of his whatever pocket he has it in.
Joanne, you've
I
seen
didn't
that
mean to
before.
bring it.
I have. So I'm like, what?
I was Mr. Crimson asked me to swap this one with the one you have. I am trying to bluff that I have not yet done the swap.
She's looking intently. Joanne, you're having a bit of a moment here because when Noulai said crimson, a string pulled away at your mind. And you don't know what's happening yet, and it's going to take you a bit, but you are slowly going to reconstruct the idea that there is a person by that name who spoke to you, who took your memory from you, and you are going to connect it to the other strange moment that you had with Jacob.
Okay.
But Noulai...
Is there anything that I have to do to speed this along? Or does it just kind of happen automatically?
It'll happen... The point is Noulai and Juliet will talk for a bit and then we'll address that, just as a... So not to flood in all the info at once. So you're still going to be able to listen to what's being said, it's just you're not going to be able to interject with that just yet. Juliet takes the stone. Did he tell you where this is kept?
Yep. Noulai recites the instructions about the bookshelf.
Then there is no need to conceal
Pretty
it.
bluntly.
Mikhail?
Like not caring about who is there to hear it.
Mikhail does the... He's sort of clumsy at it. It's not something he does often. In fact, he asks either of you to repeat what the fuck is next. And eventually Juliet and pushes him aside, not ungently, but you know, and does it and grabs the other stone and holds them both together and looks at them. They could be identical. In fact, I suspect they may be. So you were approached by this crimson. He suggested that you make this swap. And you went to Mikhail
Yes.
and not to me out of what? Distrust?
Uncertainty. I tried to think what was right, what was wrong, but when I thought about you and when I thought about Crimson, I did not have a right answer.
Those are some bold fucking words to say to the prince in her fucking office, my friend. Mysterious
Well,
boxman
you asked for honesty.
might be visiting
You're
another
getting
box soon.
honesty.
Juliet stops him. She walks towards Noulai. Says, I'm going to make this very clear. If I had no obligation to you, no reason to doubt, to care, or to wait, you would not leave this room alive. But for reasons both known to you and not known to you, it is in my interest that you continue to exist within my court. And so you shall. But some of the freedoms you have enjoyed up till now, will be suspended. You can guarantee there will be eyes on you at all times. I ask you, and I advise you to answer very honestly. Which stone is mine? The one in my safe, or the one in your hands?
Noulai takes a deep breath. The one in my hand. I used it.
Wise.
I used the stone. And that's why I was unsure.
Did he tell you what it does, this Crimson Man?
No.
You used it fairly instinctively then. It is nothing. It helps you focus, hurts your head a bit if you use it too long. I cannot imagine why it would be wanted. As far as I can tell, these are tools. The question is there something about mine that Crimson wished to possess, or is there something about this other one that Crimson wished it to be in my office? She hands the one that you identified as Crimson's to Mikhail, and then she thinks about it and hands the other one. Dispose of them. Mikhail leaves. Joanne, at this point, you've got that twig. You know, you believe that you have encountered Crimson, and you believe that he took your memories of that encounter, and you felt something similar the other day around Jacob, but you don't think Jacob did it. It felt like maybe this dude did it, but he wasn't there. Do you?
That's a terrifying thought.
Yeah.
But given that, I mean, if I had encountered him and he took my memory away once, what would be to stop him from doing or accessing my mind again?
What
I
do
guess.
you tell Juliet at this point, or do you wait for Noulai? Do you not want Noulai to hear it, or how do you deal with the knowledge?
I mean, Noulai's pretty ballsy, but he's honest, and I'm a little conflicted because on the one hand, if I say he could maybe like add more information to this, on the other hand, can we really trust him?
I think at some point Juliet probably said to you something interesting, and that she said that one of the reasons why she's interested in Noulai and trusts Noulai is because the voice of the city, and one of the reasons why you guys are a coterie. The voice of the city is confusing and cryptic, but you get the impression that she maybe trusts this mysterious voice a little too much. It's starting to worry you. But it seems that she is wanting to trust Noulai and believes that something benevolent is suggesting that Noulai has... and it is important that he is here. You don't know how well you buy that.
Do I remember the song that I heard?
You do, actually, and that's coming into your head a bit, that blood on my name.
Okay, okay, so what I do then is I ask Noulai, when you used the stone, who did you see?
You muted there.
My bad.
Right.
When I used the stone, I didn't see anyone, but I was thinking of Juliet, and I heard a song, and then I thought of Crimson, and I also heard a song.
What song did you hear for Crimson?
What song did I hear for?
You don't know the name of it, but you remember the lyrics, and if you speak those lyrics to Joanne, Joanne, who has since looked up the song and heard all of it, is aware that those were the same lines that they heard when that thing happened that you don't remember very well. Same one.
So then, at this point, since I know it's the same song, I turn and I tell Juliet that I know that song.
Yeah.
I heard it before. I heard it when I met him, but I don't remember what transpired at that meeting.
You don't remember in the, oh no, I promise, it just completely slipped my mind, haha kind of way, or do you mean it in the way in which I can sometimes make it for people?
I mean, I have a pretty strong resolve, and I don't, until now, had no inkling that I'd ever heard of this person before.
So you still don't remember the encounter, but now that you've been reminded of him, you remember the idea of having had one?
Yes.
That
and I'm
is
pretty sure
concerning.
that is not by accident.
This Crimson, I have not heard of him. This is the first today that I have heard of him from anyone from any of my court.
He's done a pretty good job of making sure of that.
As I have stated, Noulai, I am in mixed of feeling regarding your activities. What you did comes close to a full betrayal, sneaking into my office, taking one of my possessions. But this information is valuable, and your lack of conviction in the face of your actions have perhaps saved you this day. I would advise you not to consider my mercies as weakness. And as she says that and grows more sinister, let me just look something up. Why doesn't that work? God damn it. Ah. I think it is. Here. Yes. Roll your composure and your intelligence. Success is 2. I'm going to go ahead and, in the background, roll for my prince. Oh, yeah. As she says this to you, you can see that her eyes, as this sentence, it's like a progressive effect, her eyes begin to burn. And her mouth... Joanne, you don't see anything like that. Her mouth begins to elongate, and before your eyes she turns into a terrifying fucking monster. And you have 1 undamaged superficial willpower, not anymore.
Yeah.
And also 1 of your superficial willpower damage is now aggravated. You are bone terrified, and Juliet is someone that you will associate with a decent amount of fear from now on.
Well,
But as the sentence finishes, goes back to normal smiling Juliet, and she says, but other than that, and the increased attention that my information network will have upon you, I believe it is quite possible that you will learn from this instance, being new as you are, that you will grow as a kindred from it, and that we can have a wonderful time working together from this point on.
Noulai is way too terrified to even say anything.
I'll take that as a yes. You've had a hard day, perhaps you should sleep. So, does Noulai leave at that call?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. She looks to Joanne. Says, I don't know who this Crimson is, and I do not know what he wants. But we will find out. There's a lot of challenges in a city like this. Building a court from nothing. I'm sorry I dragged you into it. No, I'm not, I lie. I'm glad I dragged you into it, because I need you. But I'm sorry that I do.
That intrigues me, but I have another question in mind that I want to ask.
Yes.
I want to know if, well, I actually ask if I want to speak to her alone.
Noulai has left, Mikhail left earlier. It's just you two.
Okay, cool. So then, up until now, had I mean, I knew there were very powerful vampires, obviously, but I'd never encountered anyone stronger than you. I guess
Be glad.
I was a bit cocky to think that you were the only one that could have any sort of real power over me. At least in that way. I've always thought of myself as a very strong person.
There are kindred millennia old. I am not one of them.
So what you're saying is Crimson is quite the force to be reckoned with.
Potentially. The ability to take your memory away is... To dominate another kindred requires to be more powerful than them. What we know is that Crimson is capable of taking your memory. I don't mean to alarm you, but I am capable of taking your memory. I have not done it, I will not do it, but I could.
You've always been open with me about that.
The question...
If you can take my memory, can you restore it?
I can undo damage I have inflicted. I cannot undo the damage of others. I do not know what he has taken from you in order to restore it to you.
So there's no way... Well, I couldn't say there's no way. I mean, I remember this much. Is there any way to remember more?
It is possible to break past the block. Both naturally and supernaturally. I hate to say it, I know you're not fond of her, but you could ask Gwendolyn's assistance for this. At that point, you remember that Gwendolyn was there. And that Gwendolyn no doubt saw it.
I have a funny feeling Gwendolyn is not going to be very helpful in this instance, but we could always ask and see what she says to you.
Possibly. I think, for now, we will give me time to make my inquiries, to see what we know of this man. I have no doubt that Mikhail knows nothing, but my court is larger than Mikhail. I thank you for bringing me this information. Is there anything more that you know of your encounter with this man? Any bizarre occurrences?
Well, do you recall the other day, after you showed me the stone, I came back to ask you how much you trusted Jacob?
Of course.
And I'm not saying Jacob... No, who am I kidding? I am saying he is not to be trusted.
What gives you this impression
But...
beyond instinct?
Something happened that day. And I can't shake the feeling that Jacob was involved. And by that extension, Crimson as well. Because if he's had access to my mind once, it would not be too hard for him to do so again, I imagine.
Are you suggesting Crimson was in my mansion that day?
I don't know. I just know that he was...
What happened to you that day? I will tell you what you know of that. You had a sort of blank moment. There's the missing chunk of memory. You think you did something or said something, but you don't know what. It's gone.
All I know is that there's time missing from my day. I don't know who I spoke to, or what I said, or what I did. But it's time I cannot account for, and I'm always cautious of that.
Do you specify that you appeared or returned to yourself in front of Jacob?
Yes, and that's why I don't trust him, and that's why I came back to her the moment I did.
There are several possibilities here. I do not believe Jacob manipulated you. If he did, then... well, I will ask. It is possible that
Certainly.
Crimson may have been lurking, but that would be very concerning indeed. And I'd like to think I would know that. What strikes me as a contender, knowing that you have encountered the man before and that he took time from you then, there is a more advanced ability of ours, the ability to plant a submerged directive. within the mind of someone we encounter, rather than to mesmerize and command someone to do something immediately, I could say, in the event of a certain thing occurring, I would like you to do something. A kind of trigger that can last quite some time. Knowing that this happened to you after you left my office, right after I showed you how my bookshelf secret works, and knowing that Noulai was told by Crimson that how my bookshelf secret works, which is something that only you knew at that point, it would lead me to gather that perhaps the directive was, if you find out how the bookshelf secret works, please tell Mr. Crimson how the bookshelf secret works. That makes sense to me.
It makes an awful lot of sense.
As she says that, you can feel that that is right, and that that is what you did in your second lost time. You do not quite figure out that it is Jacob you spoke to.
Why is it so much... Why go to so much effort for the stone?
As I say, I cannot tell the difference between them. My guesses are, again, that he either wanted mine for a reason, or he wanted me to have and use his for a reason. My only recourse is to seek an expert, which in this case is Gwendolyn.
And I don't... Forgive me, Prince, for I'm speaking very much out of turn here, but I wouldn't trust her with this either. Is there no one else we can ask?
From the Tremere? There are Tremere within this city, of course. There are inroads we need to make with a group of Tremere and a group of Toreador. It is... Meetings need to be had, negotiations, formally bringing them under our umbrella. But I do not know them. And
they all take course.
It is quite possible that we will make friends and that we will be able to get second opinions, but we must tread carefully and it will not be quick. As to speaking out of turn, you may tell me anything you like and any opinion you like. I cannot guarantee I will agree, but I can always guarantee I will listen. Call any one of my dearest friends complete pieces of shit, and I will not tell them you said it, even if I disagree.
Well, as long as you tell me if you disagree or not. I trust that you know I would never speak if I didn't think it was important. If I didn't think it was for your safety or for my concern for your safety.
I will take your opinions of of Jacob and Gwendolyn seriously. I do not agree with them at present, but the situations you are describing do raise doubts, and they will be looked into. However, for now, I would ask you to trust me and to return to your businesses. The building is nearly ready, I believe.
Excellent.
There is a lot on our
I
plate.
have one more question to ask.
Of course.
Before... You know my love of reading and research.
Yes.
Could I not use my talents for good and maybe see if I can find something out about these stones in the meantime?
I would say it would be quite difficult to find blood sorcery texts out in the wild, wild world of mortals. However, come across some Tremere and you may be able to get a hold of some. Again, Gwendolyn is the one we know. I do not have blood sorcery material to give to you, but I would encourage innovation and ingenuity and seeking out answers on your own.
All right. I will begin and let you know any progress that I make.
Of course. Thank you. And again, I appreciate that you are here and that you are loyal and that I can trust you as much as I do. She goes for a hug, which you can take or not take.
I take.
Okay. I think that is a good point to let things simmer. We got pretty much everything on our list except for talking to Flanagan. That can be something that happens next week as a part of next session. We learned a lot about a few potential threats from all sources, and we have a mysterious cult. We have a gang of upset kindred who feel like they've been trespassed on. And then we have a fella named Crimson. I think everybody got a good amount of focus and character development there. Are we all pleased with what we did today?
I'm excited.
I enjoyed the nods. I assume that Raptor is nodding from behind the screen.
Yeah, was good.
Alright, I think people are tired, and it is a definitely good stopping point. So, we will be back probably in 2 weeks, maybe in 3, depending on our schedules. I will not
Cool.
necessarily lock it in, but I imagine that we'll, no more than 3. And next session, 1 or more of these possible threats will be addressed. There are a lot of threads to pull on, so we'll probably be focusing specifically on one such thing and having a story there, but at the conclusion of the 2-week time jump, you guys will have the ability to move into your new haven, and that's what we'll start with next week. Thank you, friends.
Awesome.
Till next time, fare thee well, everybody.
Bye.